Welcome to the GameChanger 00100 show. I'm your host, GameChanger. Okay, so in my just perusing the YouTube streets yesterday, I came across another black therapist who was really on some strange. Let's just say that. She was definitely on some strange. She had a lot to say. It was nowhere near the level of ratchetness that we seen with the first therapist. Thank goodness for that. But it does. Okay, here's what I want people to first understand when it comes to like these. Why are we getting all of these weird therapists? I've always said that I'm not really a fan of therapy. I don't respect it as a science, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And there's reason for this. There isn't any barrier that would stop a mentally ill person from becoming a therapist. I repeat, there isn't a barrier that would stop a mentally ill person from becoming a therapist. There's no way around it. Society is not structured that way. Kind of like there isn't a barrier, much of a barrier, that stops a psychotic person or a person who has issues, or maybe even like a white supremacist or something like that. There isn't a barrier to stop them from becoming a police officer. There isn't much of a barrier. There isn't much of a barrier to stop a woman with mental, social, and personality issues from becoming a therapist. In fact, I think that the field I think that they might even gravitate towards that field. If you have mental issues and you want to understand yourself better, and you have to figure it out, and you have to pick a major anyway, then why not psychology when you know that you're screwed up? I mean, that's just common sense. Like I'm pretty sure a lot of people who find themselves as therapists are really okay. Know this, people. Hit the like button first, but know this. People want to spread whatever they got going on, right or wrong. They want to spread it. People do not want to feel alone in whatever it is that they got going on. I give you an example. And this example isn't a shot at anybody or any religious group or organization or anything like that. This is just something that people observe about particular religious cultures. When you get that on the door in the morning and you're not expecting somebody on the weekend, sometimes it's one of two people. It's either the white guys with the black ties, you know who I'm talking about. If you don't know, Google Steve Young and it'll bring you there. So you get that, and it's the white guys with the black ties. And what are they trying to do? They are trying to sell you on their religion. They want to expand their religion. They have a way of thinking, which is a minority way of thinking at this time in this country. They want to share that with you. They want to spread whatever it is they got going on. And then there's other groups of people, but basically there's door knockers. People want to spread whatever their belief system is for the most part. You have people, you have others who tend to keep to themselves, like Amish and stuff like that. But generally speaking, people want to spread whatever they got going on. Now, how does that apply to therapists? When you are a crazy booty, non-booty having shaker with saggy titties, right? You want others to be like that. You want other women in the world to be the way that you are, and you want the men of the world to be welcoming to that. So once you open up your vulnerability to that, because essentially that's what's going on. You are opening up your vulnerability to this. That's why she was saying, y'all need to be more sensitive. Y'all need to cry more and stuff like that. She wants you to open up. She wants you to be vulnerable. Therefore, you are susceptible to her manipulation. She wants to manipulate you into creating a world where she is normal and everybody else is crazy. That is her psychological goal. That is why she picked that major. That is why she studied it. Not so she can get better, but so everybody else can get worse and she will be better by proxy. See, no longer are the days where people bend themselves to fit into the world. They bend the world to try to fit them. Imagine like a neighbor who has a bunch of garbage on their lawn. Now, there was a time in society where the logical thing to do would be for that neighbor to clean up their lawn. Now, unfortunately, we live in a society where that same neighbor would just mess up everybody else's lawn. They would just go out and put garbage on everybody else's lawn and saying that this is the new normal. That is the society that we're dealing with. And that is the psychological diagnosis that these people have, many of whom gravitate towards that field of study. Now, before I get into the main story, I want to give a brief societal overlay understanding, whatever you want to call it, about what's going on and what is causing this. And by causing this, I mean like the social conditioning that a lot of these Black women are reacting to. So here, I'm gonna share screen, make sure I click that.
To a developing story. Caught on camera, two groups of Black women say they were racially profiled at a Hyattsville swimming pool, but the man at the center of both viral incidents says she's only recorded the women and called the police because they were breaking the rules.
Right quick, just gotta say it. For whatever reason, this brother don't have any eyebrows. For whatever reason, this brother here is absent eyebrows. He's like a black male Mona Lisa. I don't understand it. All right, fair use.
Michael Quander broke this story. So, Michael, how did all this start?
Well, Reese, look, here's the deal. Both groups will admit that they both had glass bottles at the swimming pool. And yes, that's against the rules at most pools. But the man caught up in the middle of both of these incidents says that he saw all of this going on from his apartment window and felt the need to go take matters into his own hands.
Glassware is not allowed.
You see this man recording on his phone? That's Nick Starstreet. He left his apartment on Saturday to let this group of 7 Black women know that they were breaking the rules by having glass at the pool.
Okay, so glassware. What else do I need to get rid of for you to be comfortable?
One of the women agreed to get rid of the glass and appeared to try to de-escalate the situation. But Starstreet reported the group to the leasing office and then called police.
This man called the whole cops on us.
This all went down at the Addition Apartments off East West Highway in Hyattsville. Police showed up, questioned the women, but they couldn't determine if anyone was breaking the law.
We have different perspectives than what he has.
A second incident happened the next day, on Sunday. It was pretty much the same scenario, a pair of Black women at the apartment pool with a glass bottle. This time, you can hear one of the women asking Starstreet not to record her. She knocks.
Just pause for a second to point out that the bottoms are hiked up above the belly button. Now, for those of you who don't really know what's going on with that, I'm going to say this. Whenever you see women who hike their pants up above their belly button, or they hike their bottoms up, their shorts, their skirts, whenever the belt, what the belt is supposed to be, is above the belly button, what they are doing, excuse me, is that they are hiding a certain area. They are hiding their quote unquote problem area. Hit the like button. They're hiding their problem area by hiking their bottoms above the belly button. Because by all basically they're reverse sagging. But by all normal constructs, regular bikini bottoms don't go up that high. They don't. What is she having, a vaginal wedgie? Like what's going on there? Like, so just to let you know, that's what's happening.
The camera out of his hand, and then Starstreet calls 911.
Physically attacked by this woman.
You see, Starstreet says the woman assaulted him and bruised his chest. He is seen in this video following them in the parking lot while on the phone with police.
I get that people see me following people, but they don't realize that they just assaulted me, and I never even engaged with these people.
Despite comments online, Starstreet claims both of these incidents had nothing to do with race. He blames his autism diagnosis for the way he reacted.
The way that my mind works, I don't always click with other people.
You know, a lot of people are not going to see you as the victim here. What do you say to them?
It's the way I think. Like, I mean, I don't see it any other way. That's my problem.
Yeah, now I got to tell you, most people online are not buying that excuse. Now, we did find that this is not the first time that Starstreet. Okay, I'm going to stop right there.
Okay, so it is possible that this dude has some race stuff going on in him. In fact, it's very likely that he has something like that going on in him. But that's not the problem. The problem is that this is their life. This guy, right? And obviously he says he's autistic, you know, who knows, but you can tell, or at least some people can look at him and know that something is not consistent with the way the rest of the world works mentally. That's an easy diagnosis. And I'm not a professional. But that aside, and him aside, what I want to point out, and this is the condition, salute to Chantel Simone, this is the condition of many Black women in the world. And that is, you can have 7 of them at a pool in bikinis at an apartment complex with no men around. Not a one. Not a one.
Here's what I found on
Jesus.
the internet.
There isn't one man around. That is twisted. Like every time you see like a bikini beach party and they have, you know, the fairer group of women out there, there's always guys around. Like, where are the guys? Their milkshake is not bringing any boys to the pool. Like, hey, it's so sad. That is their reality. The only man that came out was a guy with who's not completely mentally healthy, to call the police on them. The only man that came out was one who complained about glass near the pool, who came to enforce the apartment complex rules. Was he being overzealous? Yeah, but that's the only male attention that y'all vaginas warrant. That is the only male attention that you in a bikini can bring. How sad is that? It's 7 Black women in a bikini in an apartment complex that is surrounding the pool. Like, if you look at the apartment complex, it is surrounding the pool. Here, let me show you what I mean. Okay. Look at this. So the windows of every angle seem to be facing the pool. There isn't one man out looking out the window who just woke up in the window and said, "Ooh, 7 half-naked Black women. I'm gonna go down there and I am going to get some." Nope, that didn't happen. You want to know why? For 2 reasons. One, fat and ugly, an attitude, and all the other crap that they reputedly have. And two, and shout out to Chantel Simone because she brought it up. That chick who was dancing, who was dancing with a truck and then she shot the dude down. Nobody want to deal with that crap. Nobody wants to go down if she's not fat and or ugly, and deal with that. And then get shot down if she looks decent. They don't want to deal with that. Their juice isn't worth the squeeze collectively. That is what society is saying. It looks like it's like 4 apartment complexes, all with windows facing towards the pool, and they are in the pool. They're having a pool party with no men around. That is the circumstances that, and trust me, I'm going to get to the main story. I'm giving some backdrop as to the Black condition, the Black woman conditions, and why they are upset. And that is because they are being denied the rightful attention that is due half-naked women. There is a certain amount of attention and stuff and erection that is due to half-naked women, that they are not getting. Nobody, what is that? Like well, it's obviously not a female only complex, because look at this dude. The only male attention you garnered was this crap. This is ridiculous. All right. So that's one instance, right? So he went to the pool the first day. It was 7 Black chicks, no men. And then he went to the second day and it was 2 Black chicks, no men, and one of them hit him. So, that is a thing that happened. But once again, this dude got issues. So it's not even about him at this point. Now, here is another instance of the Black woman in the pool and something interesting happened. All right. So let me share screen. All right. Fair use again. Fair use again.
Pool. There are 3 other people over there. There's 3 other people over there. You didn't ask them. They're right over there right now. They've been over there. When you asked me, they were there. Relax.
A caught on camera tense racial standoff at a luxury Pasadena hotel. Tonight, what set this white man and this Black woman off? A very tense confrontation at the 5-star Westin Hotel. A Black woman says she was the victim of blatant racism.
And tonight, the hotel has taken swift action after this ugly.
Look at her. Look at Susie Suh. Now, because Asian women are different and to some people may say weird as hell in the way that they age, she is anywhere between 18 and 102. Actually, they live longer. She's anywhere between the age of 18 and 132. I don't know where she falls in the age range. However, I do know that if it was a bunch of hers in a bikini in an apartment complex, it will be men there of all different races. There would be men there. If you bikini, they will come. Just saying. Just pointing that out. And this is me sympathizing. This is actually me sympathizing with the Black woman conditions, because a lot of women in bikini deserves an erection. They deserve to get approached. But because their reputation of being unapproachable and just downright undesirable has so widespread, that's not the reaction that they get. Oh, crap. All right, hold on. Oh, look at this one. Look at this one. So a bunch of hers in a bikini, whatever the fuck that is, a bunch of whatever mystery meat you got going on here, this Latin, Slavic, Nordic, Nubian, whatever the fuck she mixed with, like whatever that is, you have like a bunch of that. You have a bunch of that at the pool or at the beach or just in a bikini for whatever reason, and it will bring the boys to the yard.
Hi, Susie. This mom says this guy was verbally harassing her at the pool, and she wasn't having any of it, and he was claiming that he was the health inspector, according to her, and she wasn't buying that either.
You had no right to do what you did.
I simply asked him to take a shower.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
You out there, and I'm hoping that this isn't what she wore. I hope that she didn't wear, like, you know, because what she got on now looks like Batman's underwear. So what in the hell? I'm assuming that she had at least a bikini on. Why is it that the B-dub in bikini is bringing out weird-ass white dudes? Why is it? Why? Look at this dude. Why is it that y'all in a bikini is bringing out weird-ass white dudes that is asking if you showered? This man just walked up, know that you ain't got no husband or anything around. He has no fear that Terry Crews is gonna come out. He knows that you have nothing. He knows that you have nothing. So he felt perfectly comfortable just doing that. And you're a single mother. He see you with a kid and he just know that there is no man around whatsoever because y'all do not keep men around because y'all milkshake do not bring all the boys to the yard. There is a certain threat that attractive women have. Let's let me look at the chat room. See who's here. Let me see. Okay, here we go. Brenda, right? Men, you might have a problem if you disrespect Brenda. Brenda has the power between her legs to just go up to the biggest bruised knuckle nigga she can find and say, hey, I'll fuck you if you whoop his ass. She has the power to do that. She has the ability to walk up to a bruised knuckle, you know, cauliflower ear having nigga and say, listen, I'll fuck you after you finish whooping his ass. And then sit there and dictate how the ass is being whipped. Like, you know, okay, I want 2 punches, uppercut. Yep. Oh no, that eye, he could still see out of that eye. You want to seal that? There you go. He can actually do that. That would keep some people reasonably at bay. But this dude whose arms is shaped like Q-tips and shit, he has no worries. He has no worries because he knows that she do not have that power. He looks at her hair and her face and her vagina and says, this chick has no power to summon up, you know, brutes. She don't have it like that. She ain't got it like that. So I'm going to walk up and ask if her nasty ass is showered. Now, he might have even smelt her. I'm going to be honest. He might have even smelt her and said that. But nevertheless, that is how emboldened he is. By the way, if a woman ever, I don't care what she looks like, if a woman says, I'll fuck you if you whoop his ass, don't do it. Do not do it. There is all sorts of problems that come along with stuff like that. And not to say I've been in that situation, because growing up, because that's something that's immature. So that's something that people do in their teens and stuff like that. But I was always small. I was a grade behind, or I should say I was a grade ahead, but I was physically behind because I was younger than all the other boys in my class. So I was very small in that regard. Like I was a third grader and a second grader's body all the way into high school and stuff like that. So that was never offered, but if it was, I would not do no crap like that. That's a world of crazy. Like the hot crazy line, no matter how hot she is, trust me, that will happen to you. And there's always a bigger nigga. So don't do no crap like that. Ever. All right. And why does everybody else look like they look better in a bikini? All right, here we go.
You had no right to do what you did.
I simply asked him to take a shower.
Okay, we covered it.
Now, he said here, he simply asked her to take a shower. Not, did you take a shower? He asked her to take a shower. I got the feeling that she might stink. He walks up and he smells something unbecoming. Shout out to Nick Cannon. He smelled something. Look at her face. Look at her face. Look at her hairdo. What the hell? Why is she so more masculine than the dude? She's even taller than him. What the hell? It's hella testosterone going on. So he walks up and he smells something unbecoming. And he's like, hey, I hope you're not dipping into the pool like that. Because he didn't say, did you take a shower? He said, I'm going to need you to take a shower. I know that you haven't taken a shower so much. Shout out to Ike. Hit the like button, people. Ike says, dude was nagging to the max. Well, I do think, okay, so there are people out there that like to poke the bear and then record as the bear act grisly. There are people out there in the world like that. Either this dude is off like the last dude, or he's just one of those people. He's just baiting people. Now, she took the bait and she might have smelled. If they're in the pool, it's probably summertime, it's probably hot, and you are in all black, like you are SWAT team or something like that. Like, like sometimes you're in camouflage, sometimes you're in all black. So there is if you live in a place like California or Texas or something like that, which is where I spend some of my summers, some of my 4th of Julys. If you live in a place like that it gets real warm in the summer, and you see somebody dressed like that, yeah, you just kind of like look like you smell. You look like you wear the color that absorbs the most heat. You are the color that absorbs the most heat, and you're out by the pool. Like you look like you smell.
Manager coming up here. Okay.
Because that's part of the rules. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm tired of getting in the pools and people consider baths.
Okay, so they cut off what he's saying, but I think that he might have, because they're making it seem like he walked up to her randomly and the only motivation he had to walk up to her was her race, but it might have been her smell. Because the way he's talking, certain things he's saying, like, it's not really, okay, what's not being questioned here is if she bathed. The question here is, we all know that she didn't bathe. And she should bathe before hopping into the pool. That's what's being stated.
An outraged mother is heard on cell phone video claiming the Caucasian man in the blue striped shirt asked her and her daughter, who are African American, if they showered before getting into the pool at the Westin Hotel in Pasadena.
But you didn't ask anyone else. You didn't ask anyone else. You asked me if I showered. You're the only one in the pool. There's plenty of people over there in the pool. You're the only one in the pool. There are 3 other people over there.
The shouting got the attention of hotel staff.
I apologize.
You had no business.
It's everybody's business.
We travel all the time.
Google it. Google the diseases of pool.
The manager of the hotel also came down.
Listen, I apologize. I don't know what's going on. Sir, I usually leave. Of course. Please, thank you very much. Ladies over here.
You don't know who he is.
Ladies over here.
Carly Wheeler from Texas posted the video on social media, along with a second video with her thoughts.
It's just sad that in 2000.
Okay. Okay. So now she puts the wig on. Now she's like, you know something? Now is a good time to put the wig on.
In 18, we are still dealing with these issues and still having to teach our children things that people had to teach their children in the 50s and 60s. Nothing.
Well, did you teach your children to take a... Well, I'm not going to say that because we don't know. We don't know.
Has changed.
Management at the Westin confirmed the incident happened at the pool and told us the man in blue doesn't work for the hotel and they don't suspect he's a health inspector. They also sent us a statement that reads, in light of recent events, we feel it important to share that we do not condone the comments or behavior directed towards our pool guests. The safety and security of our guests is our top priority, and we strive to maintain an environment where our guests feel welcome and are treated with equal respect and attention from our team. And according to management here at the Westin, they picked up the woman's hotel stay. As for the man, he is not allowed back here at the hotel. I'm Crystal Cruz, live in Pasadena tonight. Back to you in the studio.
All right. He wouldn't have asked Crystal Cruz to do that. So, needless to say, now, apparently the health inspector thing kind of like makes me conclude that this is just an extraordinarily weird ass nigga. This is an extraordinarily weird ass nigga is what's going on here. But this is your plight. This is your plight. A single mother, past 40s, you know, in a pool, at a hotel, maybe some truck drivers are around and stuff like that. And yet this is all you attract. This is the only male attention you could muster. That's really saying something about how society at large feel about the B-dub. It says a lot about how people view them out the gate. Like out the gate when you're supposed to be in your most seductive form, you know, because most women like look better. Okay. There's two situations where that's supposed to make a woman look better. One is water, you know, like just come out the shower and stuff like that. And, you know, if she has a fro or something, the water's just beating off the hair and shit like that. And stuff. And if she don't have that texture of hair, it just drizzles off of her and stuff. And it glistens and shines and stuff. So in the water is when a woman is supposed to be at her optimal. The second is in slow motion. Slow motion is supposed to also make a woman more attractive. Now, I never really in real life seen a woman in slow motion. However, sometimes I've seen women that are so sexy when wet that I slow it down in my brain. I imagine them slower than they are naturally moving. That is what I do. I add that ambiance. I am the director of my own brain. And if your body and your face is on point, I give you a automatic slow motion mental image. I give you that boost. I put that filter on you. They don't got it like that. And it's unfortunate and it's sad and it's all their collective fault because of their collective behavior and how they choose to represent themselves in public chronically. This is years of stacked up societal belief. Hit the like button. I'm going places with this. Hit that like button. This is years of people just dealing with the personality issues and as well as the hypersexualization of themselves and the sexualization of themselves. They could never just get that right. And just the blatant what's that called? Dang, I had a word for it. Calamus. They're sick and tired of the calamus. What is calamus? I'm going to do a separate video explaining what calamus is. But will you ever see a B-dub acting weird as fuck? It's a psychological condition called calamus. And when I say called calamus, I mean it's called by me. I coined that phrase. It's a psychological condition called calamus, which is Latin for crazy as shit. But nevertheless, now the debut. Now the therapist with a hint of calamus, we're going to see what I'm talking about. Thanks again, Ike. All right.
Aren't I a woman too? I deserve respect. I deserve, aren't I a woman too? I deserve respect. I deserve love. And I am worthy of a long-term committed relationship, just like any other woman.
Okay. No, you're not. No, you're not. Just being a woman doesn't mean you deserve shit. Ever notice that thinking is prevalent amongst women? Like no matter where you are as far as your sexual marketplace value, you deserve love and you deserve companionship and you deserve it under your terms and conditions. No, you don't. No, you don't. Hey, here we go. Here's an attractive woman. How about this, mutt? I'm a man. Don't I deserve a blowjob? What would you do if a man just walked up to you and said that? Hey, I'm a man. Don't I deserve a blowjob in the rain? Over the balcony? While recording it? Like, what's this I deserve? I'm a woman. I deserve it. What kind of crap is that? And then they say we entitled. When we talk about stuff like submission and things like that, they say we're entitled to stuff. And they just say, I'm a woman. I deserve this. What kind of crap is that? This is just, I'm 10 seconds in. I am 10 seconds in. Oh, this is going to be a doozy. Hit the like button.
In this video, I am going to talk about my experience with online dating as a Black woman and how that affected my self-esteem. My name is Heather Louise, and I am a mental health counselor. I am passionate about all things related to mental health with a special interest in improving.
You see that? You see that? A mental health professional. Now, take a listen at her specialty.
Esteem. My name is Heather Louise, and I am a mental health counselor. I am passionate about all things related to mental health with a special interest in improving self-esteem for Black women and healing racial trauma. So if you are interested in those sort of...
Why is that your special interest? Why is that your special interest? Now, remember I told you before, those of you who were here in the beginning, I was talking about how a lot of people with mental and personality issues gravitate towards the psychology field. She is no different. She basically says, I deal with personal self-esteem issues, so I went into, mental health, even though I am not mentally healthy. Because I want to adjust the other. I'm there to raise the self-esteem of Black women. You want to know how you raise the self-esteem of a woman? By taking her to the gym. by getting her a husband. And you want to know, they are giving husbands away at the submissive market. You submit, you get a dick. I was just watching Danica before this, and she showed her figure, or she showed pictures of her in the past before she was married, and she wasn't fat. She was actually just the right amount of thickness on that picture on those pictures from what I seen. But she was a yellow banana. She was a yellow banana. I'm not talking about her complexion. You see, a yellow banana is one that is about to turn brown. It's about to turn brown. Like, you get a green banana and you put it on top of the refrigerator and you wait until it turns yellow. But you get the green banana knowing that you're going to have it for a while. But that yellow banana, it's about to, you see it about to turn brown. She was about to turn brown. She was in that perfect area right before they turned fat. Now me, I pump and then I dump before they actually turn fat. I see stuff like that coming. She had like 2 years. And it was over. I see stuff like that coming years in advance, and I am out, right? Her husband, being a better man, he took her to the gym, and now you got the Danica Marie that we see today. Has yet to go brown. See, he knows how to preserve it. He freezes it. Me, I'm a different type. Nevertheless, that is how you raise the confidence and self-esteem of a person. You give them something to be confident about. You give them something to actually be esteemed about. Fucking soccer trophy bitches. You see, and this is where this comes from. That is where this comes from. That comes from everybody gets a trophy. I actually had to win to get a trophy. And no, I got okay. The only trophies I got that I didn't deserve was T-ball. I got the T-ball trophy that I didn't deserve, and not because they was passing it out to everybody, but they were. I got one, even though I sat on the bench most of the thing, but the team still won. I was on the bench, but the team still won. So I got a trophy for being on the winning team. But they didn't give the trophy out just to see. Here's the thing. See, that is, we want to build the kids' confidence. If you want to build the kids' confidence, then you teach them to win. You coach them and allow them to win. Yeah, exactly. Don't just give them participation trophies. Actually get them to win. That's how you get their confidence up. But she's not going to do that. She is going to try to get their confidence up, win or not. Why? Because and I women, don't I deserve this? No, you do not. You earn it. You earn trophies in life. You earn everything in life. But most importantly, you earn my penis. Most importantly, you got to earn that shit. You are to earn my penis. What in the hell? You don't just get it for being a woman. What kind of crap is that? How entitled is you? Anyway, I'm off topic. I'm gonna read this from Mr. Shane Vicious in a moment, but let me hear.
Videos. Please subscribe to my channel. I post every single Sunday. In my last video, I talked about how structural racism, such as microaggressions and racial bias, impacted my mental health, specifically my self-esteem, and how it brought on racial trauma. The one example that I briefly touched on was how throughout my life, I repeatedly heard, "You are pretty," for a Black girl.
Okay. And that is why I showed those videos to prepare y'all for this. You are pretty for a Black girl. Is really, okay, here's the thing. I get why some women feel that this is insulting. Essentially, what they're saying is you're the smartest person in a dumb class, meaning that in a class where the curve is very, very low, you are head of that class, or you are the top of that class. Okay, so it's people that are saying that it's cap, you don't believe. Okay, you see, you don't really understand how, and this is why I had this here. So, now if she was here, somebody would say, oh, you are pretty. Meaning in this group right here, you are the pretty one in this group. She would be the pretty one in this group. When somebody says you're pretty for a black girl, what they're saying is, I see black women like this. This is what I see. When I close my eyes and picture a black woman, what don't come to my vision is somebody that can flip and float. Shout out to Brenda. Flip and float does not come into my vision. Rihanna does not come into my vision. Megan Good, a young Megan Good, does not come into my vision. Chloe and Haley Bailey do not come into my vision. This is what comes into their collective vision. And because this is the bar that society has set for black women, this swim thick shit. When they say you are pretty for a black girl, they're saying that you are prettier than this. And you are prettier than this. Your Mississippi 9 is essentially what they are saying. You're fine for a Mississippi bitch. Is essentially what they are saying. They are saying that you are hot for a low bar. And guess what? Hold on. They're right. The people that say that are right. I mean, let's face it. And this isn't an insult or a compliment, but you are average at best. You're a C. You're a C. Now, a C is passing, but to say you're pretty would be a stretch. But in a demographic of not so pretty women, you are pretty amongst that group of women. That's what they're saying. So it's kind of a compliment, and it's not a compliment, but it's the most complimentary thing they can say to you and be true. Without lying to you, it is the most complimentary thing that they can say. You're a big fish in a small pond, but you're a small fish internationally and globally and even nationally. Like, you're just a fish is essentially what they're saying. And also what they're saying is, if you were in a bikini at a pool, it still wouldn't bring all the boys to the yard. And this isn't me, once again, insulting her looks, because once again, I didn't say she was ugly. But what I am going to say is that there's nothing exceptionally beautiful about her either. Yeah, somebody said it best. She looks, and that's what pretty for a black girl means. It means that the vision of the average black girl with a community with a very high obesity rate, you are above that. Now, beauty is not subjective. Hold up. Beauty is not subjective. Yes, it varies, but generally men all like the same thing, and you know it. That's why you used to be 178 pounds and now you're 78 pounds or some crap like that. You know it. You know it's not subjective, or else you'll be going out there looking for dudes that want 178 pound chicks. You know it's not the subjective. See, I hate that. I hate beauty is subjective. Beauty is an eye of the beholder. No, beauty is the number of men that want to be holding you. That is what beauty is. It's subjective. The thought of having a black woman therapist is scary. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I told the story before. I had behavioral issues when my father remarried, and I seen the school counselor, black woman. They all were black women. But here's the thing. One of them was cool. One of them was cool. I could tell because she had like a very feminine and pleasant demeanor. And she reached out to me because I was having all these problems in junior high. And however, I actually tried to go to her, and I didn't get her because the way it went at my junior high was it just went by your last name. So if your last name begins with an M, you wind up with this counselor. If it begins with a Z, you wind up with this counselor, and so on and so forth. Mine's wound me up with this awful, she was just plumb fucking awful. Like, I got the impression that she was bad, but you know, you just, when you're a kid, you assume that all adults are good at their job. But I suspected, but becoming an adult confirmed my later suspicions that she was just god awful. So yeah, it is scary. And this is the youth. This is my impressionable brain. This is my impressionable brain. This, oh crap. And of course they don't wind up, they don't find themselves in places where people choose their therapists. They don't. They find themselves in places in junior highs and shit where you just wind up if you have the misfortune of having a certain letter in your last name. Like, that is where they wind up, where you don't have a choice. If you was given a choice, you would have chose the other counselor, but you don't. And the reason why they don't give you a choice, you want to know the reason why they don't give you a choice? Why they didn't give me a choice? Is because everybody would have chose the counselor that I chose. All the kids with behavior problems would have chose the counselor that I chose, and she'd be out of a job. So to keep it fair, not fair to the kids, mind you, fair to the counselors, to keep it fair to the counselors, they do crap like that. But they find themselves in positions where people, particularly men, don't want to go. They just wind up. You just wind up with bitches like this. I swear.
Majority of those comments came about when I was online dating. And I heard many different versions of this comment.
My bad. I sometimes I get so into stuff I forget. I didn't even read the whole super chat. My bad. It says, I would never take that chance. I like my therapist. I like my therapist like I like my lawyers. Middle-aged and what is that? Oh, and God's chosen. Okay. You know something? I actually had a not a bad white therapist. I don't really do therapy like that. But I told a story about how it was a white dude who was my father's marriage counselor, and he brought me in because it was too many lies being told between my father and my stepmother. And he, I don't know if he was star, but he was god awful at what he did too. And he crossed his legs when he sat down, and that disturbs me to see a man do that. I didn't know many white people at that age. I was like 14, 15. I didn't know many white people at that age. But dude bothered me. But I do like certain people. I'm being honest. I do like certain people from certain demographics to do certain things. I think that people in certain demographics are better for certain things. And I know it's going to sound hypocritical because I used to be a math tutor, and that wasn't really a black man's demographic. So I didn't get as many customers as the Asian tutors, as Asian math tutors. So I get that. They even advertise their Asianness. However, I said it before and I said it again. I do not mess with white mechanics at all. I don't trust them motherfuckers an inch. And I had too many bad experiences with. I will not mess. I'm talking about regular WASP. I'm talking about regular white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. I do not trust them motherfuckers an inch. Not an inch. Not a fucking centimeter. That's just me. That's where I live. That's just my life situations. Certain people, yeah. So somebody says it's got to be Latin. Yeah, my mechanic now, who's about to retire, so I got to find another one, is Mexican. And before him and after I stopped messing with white mechanics, I went to an Asian one. But I'd mess with an African one too. But white mechanics, nah, not doing it. Let me see. My electrician's Asian. My plumber's white. It's something about the ones that become mechanics that's stuff like. But the point of me, and this is to Mr. Shane Vicious thing, is that I do, call it racism or what have you. I do pick certain people for certain things. I just do, and it is sometimes based on ethnicity. It is. I have a cousin that's into interior design, and then she has friends that work in those fields. And every now and again, I'll meet one of her friends. I'll be like, "Hey, he Jihei, right?" Like, I mean, of course you can kind of see it, but I don't want to confuse it. I don't want to confuse it with somebody who's just effeminate. So I'll be like, "Hey, just to make sure and just to confirm my already existing bias, he is Jihei." And she'll say, "Yeah, he's Jihei." I was like, "Yeah, of course. That is what they do. They design interiors of stuff. That's just part of what they are. That's part of what they are good at. Whatever DNA made them that way, it also made them design the interior shit, and do women's hair. That's just part of their makeup. So I do understand that certain people will gravitate towards certain things. Me and there's a lot of other brothers who are just nerds, and we gravitate towards things that are not typically part of our, ethnic thing. But hey, it happens. And cultures change all the time. But far too many Black women are just downright fucking crazy. And for that reason, they shouldn't be trusted with your mental health any more than a white dude should be trusted with your fucking car. And that's just it. Call it what you want. Hey, you could call me whatever. I hide my identity so I don't get fired off of no shit like that. But I mean, that's the truth. All right. Oh, and by the way, Korean tacos is some bullshit. I see y'all talking about Mexican food and Thai. Korean tacos is some bullshit. That is just that's just some what the fuck if I ever heard it. That is just some I think you're stupid. That's just dumb. That is just dumb. Oh, okay. The Beautiful Lie says, just drop in a little. Oh, okay. A little more for support, unapologetic logic and masculinity. Appreciate you. Mississippi 9, though. Yeah. Appreciate you. All right. So let's play some more.
But I will touch on that later. I just want to start off this video by talking about the OkCupid study, where they tested daters' racial preferences. Now, many people have their preferences when it comes to finding that special someone. Maybe you prefer someone who is really athletic. Maybe you prefer someone that is.
Maybe you prefer somebody that's a little athletic. And you see, Brenda, this is where this whole beauty is subjective thing comes from. Maybe you prefer that. See, stop saying maybe somebody prefers that. If the overwhelming majority of the population prefers it, then it's preferred. Damn it. That's like me saying to a woman, maybe you prefer rich guys. What kind of shit is that? We all want it. And I'm not talking about, these genuine, I'm not these fake ass Southern niggas. I'm talking about the genuine chubby chasers of the world, who actually turn down the slim chicks. I'm not talking about them. But yeah, there are few guys that actually prefer non-athletic women. We all prefer athletic women. And I'm not talking about you testosterone bitches neither. I'm not talking about you Serena Williams, big ass arm, look like a female Terry Crews bitches out there. That's not what I mean when I say athletic. That is not athletic. That is something different. Okay? I'm talking about thin arms. I'm talking about Angela Bassett arms with the ghostly outline of a six pack and a C cup. Well, the cup don't really matter how athletic it is, but this is what I like. Miss me with that. Oh, some guys like athletic. Some women like big dicks. Shut your stupid ass up. All right, here's some more.
Is an avid reader. I know some of us may want someone who's taller than us or maybe shorter than us. What about racial preferences? Is that okay to have preferences based on race? When you ask people if they are open to dating outside of their race, you will hear answers such as, sure, I'm open to it. If that person came into my life and I was interested, yeah, I'd be open to dating outside my race for sure. I love all races. However, OkCupid found out that many of you guys are liars, or maybe just not aware that you have preferences based on race. If you're not.
Okay. Most American men are open to dating all races. So what they're saying is true. They're not open to date all shapes, sizes, and personality types. The reason why I did it like this is because I wanted to show that this is in 2020. This is in 2020, or excuse me, this is in 2020. Yeah, 2020. This is in 2020 when she did this video. Now, the OkCupid study came out in 2014. But they still remember that. And King Sigma is right. They are out begging. When they say, do you date women from other cultures? That's really just that's really just her game. That's really just her walking up to a non-black man saying, are you willing to date a woman of a different nationality or a different race or a different ethnicity? And of course, the answer to that for most every man, unless you some type of, tobacco chewing, like Greenbow, Alabama, Cletus looking nigga, and you just like, nope, I's only marry my cousin. Like, unless you that dude, most people are going to take, a woman of whatever it is, if it's hot enough. If it's hot enough. So she says that, and, because most men would. That doesn't mean that they will date fat, ugly bitches with personality disorders. They're not. And that's not a racial bias. That's a physical bias. If you want more men to date your group of women, then teach your group of women to do better, to be better, to be hotter. Let me show y'all something. Let me show y'all what the hell I'm talking about, because they act like they act like this was always the case. Hold on. me show y'all what I mean.
There's
All right, give me a second. Hit the like button while I'm doing this. All right, this is what I'm talking about. See, they didn't have no problems back then. It was no look at all this. Look at all this. Look at all this. Huh? Huh? Yeah. They brought all the boys to the yard, didn't they? Didn't they? Oh, look, there go the men right there. Yeah, all the boys are to the yard back then, right? Right? Look at this. Look at this. Yeah, nobody was complaining then, right? Right? Y'all wasn't the least desired then. So it's not a matter of look at that. It wasn't a matter of race. It wasn't a matter of race back then, was it? Was it? Huh? Did somebody say to her she's pretty for a black girl? No, because black girls were pretty. See, it wasn't a matter of race back then, was it? Was it? Look at the whole damn lineup. Look at the all right, now they're doing the men, but watch when they do the women next. Watch when they do the women next. Hold on. Here, let me just fast forward. Okay, look at the whole damn lineup. Huh? Let me ask you this. Who here is pretty for a black girl? Who here is pretty for a black girl? Y'all let yourselves go. Y'all let yourselves go too swim thick. And you want to know why y'all went? You want to know why y'all went? Is because y'all thought that every woman deserves my dick. That's what y'all thought. Y'all thought that y'all deserve it because Bell Hooks told you that you deserve it just for being, and you didn't have to present your, look at that. Look at that. Okay. Now I want to point out something to y'all. Notice where the bottoms are. Notice that the bottoms is always below the belly button when you don't have shit to hide. When you're not trying to hide your problem areas and your love handles and shit like that, you keep the belt, you keep the waistline like below the belly button so we can see the belly button. Okay. We want to see if it's a innie, which is supposed to be, or did the fat push it out? That is what we are looking for. God damn it. Trying to explain me like the problem is with society. That society's changed. No, society has always liked this. And when black women look, you see that kick? You see that kick? You see that? Kick. All the way up. All the way up. You see that? It wasn't no complaints then. And you talking about, oh, society is racist. They wasn't racist towards her. They wasn't racist towards her. You want to know where the term honky comes from? And OG told me this. Honky is what they were calling the white dudes that came to black neighborhoods to pick up black girls. And they were honk because they was afraid to get out the car, so they honked. And that's where that term comes from, according to the OG. So that's back in the day when they brought all the boys to the yard. Man. Get it together. Get it together. And stop blaming society. Flip and float. Stupid bitch. Flip and float and do high kicks and stuff like that. This is how he dressed and thought it was cool. Damn, it was gigging back in the day. This one is kind of lame in her dance pattern, but still, even the ones that don't dance good. Michael Jackson, nigga. All right, okay, this one got moves. See, this is what I'm talking about. There was no complaints back. See, y'all see that? Y'all see that? Y'all see that? See, here's the thing. Big girls, they can't do it like that on the regular because their thighs touch. And it's too much friction. It's too much friction. The left thigh is always touching the right thigh, and if they try to kick it up, the friction becomes too much. It starts a fire and shit. So they can't do that. They can't do that. But watch this. Watch. She's about to kick. Watch it. There we go. Dot. And there we go. Everybody was kung fu fighting. You see that? And he came with the pirate Dracula for whatever reason. You know, but it's better than the blue cowboy. Yeah, so miss me with that. It's a race thing. No, it's a matter of y'all collectively let yourselves go. It's a you collectively let yourself go thing. That is what it is. Fucking everything is racism. Look at you.
Familiar with OkCupid's platform, and from what I can remember from being on it, you can filter out your potential match based on age, distance, religion, availability, body type, and the list was endless. In 2014, OkCupid gathered data from...
Now, notice how she didn't say race, but she implied that people was filtering out like no black chicks. But to put the filter on no fat bitches is to put the filter on no 80% of black women. Hit the like button.
From their users based off the racial preference filter to see if people are really as open to dating outside.
There isn't a racial preference filter. At least not that I know of. I don't really use OkCupid. I don't. What I do is I use the Cupid of the place that I am about to go on vacation to. So if I'm going to, let's just say, Japan, before I go to Japan, I will set up a Japan Cupid site. And hopefully find me a Japanese woman to keep me company and show me the town, to show me the real Japan, not the tourist crap like I be seeing those Japanese people in San Francisco taking pictures of a fucking bridge. It's a bridge. It is a bridge. It's a fucking bridge. Why you look like yahoos? They be in those things taking pictures like, ooh, the bridge. It's a fucking bridge. Y'all got bridges where you come from. It's an island. Why are you taking pictures of this bridge? I don't want to be that type of jackass. So I like to get to know the people before I go and then have her show me around. That's what I prefer. But I do know that there isn't a race category on those type of Cupid things. But now that I think about it, it might be on regular OkCupid, because what's the point in saying I'm looking for an Asian chick if I'm on Japanese Cupid, right? So yeah, she might be onto something. I don't know. I don't use OkCupid. I don't online date.
Side of their race as they think that they are. The study concluded that Black women and Asian men were the least desirable group and were less often selected as a potential match for the majority of the users. I mean, imagine how I felt after coming across this study. This study just basically confirmed to me not only the guys that I were matching with thought that Black women were not attractive, but also the majority of...
Hold on, Brenda has something to say. So it says, damn, that totally me. Hey, the bridge has history. Okay, it's a bridge. I mean, every bridge has history, but it's really a bridge. I hate it. Listen, I will never do that again. When I went to Brazil, I went with a tour group. And they the tour group actually took me on the tour with them, and they was like, look at these stairs. It was just fucking stairs. Like, yeah, it has some special towels on it, but it was just stairs. And when the tour guide was talking about the stairs, I was like, is this nigga serious? This is just stairs. This is just stairs. And then I walk halfway up, and then it was a kid in his drawers eating cereal, and his house was like right next to the stairs. And he didn't give a why? Because it's just stairs. Like, this is a place of history. No, this is where I go to eat my cereal in the morning. It was, so that's how you look. Like, the way we look to that kid is how y'all look to everybody else. It's just stairs. And the worst part is, we in the back of the Jeep, and I went during Carnival, and on the streets was where the party was at. That's where the party actually was. Just walking along the streets, not in the tourist stuff that we went through. Not in the tourist stuff that we went through. It was actually in the street. It was in the streets where everybody from all over the world came to party, and we in a goddamn Jeep looking at some stairs. See, I'm not gonna vacation like that shit ever again. Ever again. When I go places, I go online, I get to know some people beforehand, and then I say, hey, where do you go to party? Because that's how I get down. Fucking stairs. And then they said Snoop Dogg did a music video on those stairs. I don't care. It's stairs. I'm not going to stare at stairs. Winthrop says 100. I appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Danica Marie, Danica Dope Discussions. Stop through. Yeah, I seen her earlier. That video was on point. She showed some of the old pictures, the before and afters, the before and after submission pictures. And yeah, I appreciate that. She's stopping through. I appreciate you. Thanks a lot, love. All right. Did I miss one? I think I missed the. Oh yeah, I did. I missed the Mr. Shane Vicious, but welcome to the channel, Theo. Appreciate it. I'm taking Theo's course. I got to find out what days is it, because I don't log on to Facebook every day in fact, I just set up a Facebook to sign up for your course. So I do need to up my DevOps game. I've been placent in monolithic programming and stuff like that. So I definitely have to up my game there. Theo offers a way to do that. You know, if you're a developer, and if you're not a developer, it's a good course. Plus it's free to brothers. So definitely check this brother out. Once again, I'm subscribed to his thing. All right. Let me see. What else did I miss? All right. So Mr. Shane Vicious stopping through, it says most Black women get enlightened by weight and kids up front. Oh, get eliminated. Why I say enlightened? I was like, that don't make sense. Yeah. Get eliminated. Exactly. So the filter probably isn't even set to Black. It's probably set to like single mothers and fat chicks, which every reasonable person would set their filters to. Every reasonable person would set their filters to it. Nobody is saying where the fat women at with kids, unless you live in Mississippi. Yeah. Ha. Oh, crap. And the Mississippi chicks were flued in. They were flued. How shallow is your mating pool that you flying in fat chicks from Mississippi? Holy crap. And these are the brothers who, I don't travel. You don't travel, but you could fly a man from anywhere in the world. All right, let me stop. All right.
Men, regardless of their race, regardless of their background, think that Black women just aren't as valuable or attractive as other women.
Yes. Why is that such a why do you need racial validation? Let's start there. Why do you need racial validation if you have individual validation? Now, nobody ever said, like, I'm smart for a Black guy. I'm trying to think if I ever heard some crap like that. And nah. Probably because they know better, and I wasn't, like I said, I was small for my age, but I'm not a grade behind anymore. Or a grade forward anymore. I'm not the youngest kid in class anymore. I'm a grown ass man. So for the most part, they're not gonna say no shit like that. But I haven't heard that. I might get slightly offended if I heard that for a second, but then I realized that it's a lot of dumbass niggas in the black diaspora. All right, here we go. I appreciate you stopping through, Danica. All right. Somebody said, GC, you're smart for a black guy. If you was a white person and you said that shit, I would just fucking roast you for using the word your. Because what you mean to say is you are. And then I would say you are dumb for a white guy because you got the wrong your. But you're Madeira and you my homie. So I will leave that alone. But I get where you're going with that. Yeah. But anyway, what I want to say. But no, if you get that type of compliment, then be hotter and encourage others to be hotter, because you are dealing with what's called a low curve. And if you're overweight, then you got a low curve. Yeah. All right, let me continue.
Has me questioning, where has this come from? Why do so many people think like this? Recently,
why so many people think that you are collectively unattractive is because you're collectively unattractive. You see, it would be racist for somebody to say, you're attractive, but I'm not interested because you're black. That's not necessarily racist. That's probably like, especially if they're not black themselves, that's more like, I prefer this particular race of women because I belong to that race and I want to pass down I want kids that look like me. That's not really necessarily racist. But if they are under the impression that black women can't be beautiful, then yeah, that's very short-sighted. I wouldn't even know if that's racist or not, but that's extremely short-sighted. All right, take me, for example, right? In fact, let me do this because I always use her as an example. Hit the like button while I cue this up. All right, now, for those of you who don't know, I'm not particularly attracted to Asian women. You know, I'm not. However, and that's just because they don't have the stuff that I like genetically. Meaning that, and once again, for those who want to know, what I do like is Ethiopian women, because they do have the stuff that I like genetically. What do I like genetically? I like full lips and I like almond eyes. I like that a lot. And I do prefer darker skin. It's not a deal breaker. It's not even that important, but I do prefer darker skin. But the full lips and almond eyes is something that I find in Africans more, and African Americans, but Africans more. I don't find that in Asian women hardly ever. So there's a difference between having a preference for certain phenotypes that you find in certain groups than to say it is impossible for that particular group to be attractive. Now, take this, for example. This is Jenny Babas. She does these YouTube videos. This is the first person Kevin Samuels flew in and interviewed with when he became big time. This is her. That's her tits. It's not her tits, and they're fake, but those are her lips and those are her eyes. That is, yeah, somebody said the fold is different. They're different in that regard. Nevertheless, even though they're not my general attraction thing, I am going to note that when they do have the tiggle bitties and they do have the plump lips, and that might be fake too, and they do have the almondies, I will take note of it. I'm not some type of jackass that goes around and say that they are incapable of being attractive. Now, what's my point? My point is that Black women are capable of being collectively attractive, as we seen with the Soul Train line. As we seen here, they are more than capable of getting a shit right. They are more than capable of doing a high kick if they prepare themselves properly. Kevin Samuels probably did smash. We'll never know. But they are more than capable of doing this. So your results, what is happening to you now online, is a willingness issue. It's something that you are dealing with because of a matter of willingness. Look at this shit. That is that's like Kevin Samuels' older brother. This dude. Rest in peace to the late great Kevin Samuels. But every time you see somebody like this, that's like, you know something? I am going to be the suitedest motherfucker there. I am going to be the suitedest motherfucker there. You know that he is somehow related to Kevin Samuels, whether it's his brother, whether it's his fraternity brother, whether it's his distant cousin from, you know, a stepmama or some shit like that. You know that he's somehow affiliated with Kevin. Look at this dude. He says, I am going to be the suitedest motherfucker at the Soul Train line. And the chicks are going to come up and dance with me. And I am just going to stand there and be suited. Look at this dude. Look at he's the only one with two chicks that came up and danced. And they are just doing all the, oh, now he's gigging. Now he's getting, okay. Now that the coat is off. Look at everybody. People got pirate hats on and stuff. And this motherfucker said, I am going to be suited. Rest in peace, Kevin Samuels. Yeah. All right. So let's get back to this chick.
I listened to the Blinkist version of Ain't I a Woman by Bell Hooks. The author discusses that society's negative view of Black women goes all the way back to slavery.
Ain't that a bitch? No, if it goes back to slavery, then why did it stop here? Why did it stop here? Huh? Where was the negative view here? What was the negative view when people, what the hell, what the hell is that? It's like he Tootsie Roll sea walking. Where was the negative view there? Where was the negative view here? The negative view didn't see, if it began with slavery, it would continue all throughout. It would continue all through. It would be a consistent pattern from slavery on till today. No, this is not a slavery thing. This is a fat ass bitch thing. Okay, let me show you something. Look at this bitch. Look at this bitch. This is your Messiah? Huh? 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 This is your Messiah? This is who you look up to? This is who is supposed to define beauty and femininity to you? This is who you listening to? See, that's your fucking problem. That is the real issue. Because instead of for watching women like this, you was watching women like this. Instead of for this, you was watching this. You should have been watching this, but instead you was watching this. That is your problem. So basically with this whole Bell Hooks said, bitch, the problem is you. And you are a mental health person.
century, women were viewed as pure and innocent in society. And when I say women, I'm talking about white women here. Black women, however, were seen as promiscuous, sexual heathens, immoral temptresses, and unchaste. They were viewed as property and often were victims of sexual assault from white men. Black women were not allowed to deny these sexual.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Here comes the slavery trauma bond. We were used as sexual property. Yes. Yes. Each and every single woman on this planet is sexual property. They've just not owned yet. But that is your purpose. That is your purpose. You was born to be the property of somebody sexually. Free or not. God.
Advances. And if they did, they were often thrown in prison, were punished severely, or even killed. Sometimes they were even given rewards or items for their submission. The author then discusses.
So in her complaints about slavery, notice how you can always complain, like, you know, they was given rewards for having sex. She makes it sound like, you know, so it's bad if they use negative reinforcement, it's bad they use positive reinforcement. But basically, it's because of slavery. It's not because of slavery. It's because of fattery. It's because you reputedly have an attitude. You do chronic weird shit, and you have calamus. You have calamus. It's because of calamus that you are being treated this way. It's not because of slavery. Who wasn't a slave? Who wasn't a slave? The Romans enslaved everybody in Europe, and then everybody in Europe enslaved the Romans. That's just how shit went down. How many times do you hear people complain about it? Y'all still bitching about it. Stop bitching about it. Because you know what? You want to know what that tells me? That tells me that you are going to be perpetually fucked up, because slavery is all, you can't change the past. And if you're using the past as an excuse for present behavior, then that means that you will never behave, because the past is always going to be there. It means that you are going to perpetually be fucked up. But you want to know who wasn't perpetually fucked up? These women. Where's the women that are saying, "Oh, it's because of slavery that I can't have like a slim waist, pretty face with the big bank"? It's because of slavery, huh? Look at the whole lineup. Look at the whole lineup. Oh, I can't do a high kick because of slavery. Where are they saying that at? No, that's just you. That's just you. Anybody want to hear that shit? From you are bell hooks.
Is that even after slavery was abolished, this negative view of Black women continued from various articles that portrayed Black women to be open to sexual advances, and they were even portrayed to like it.
Y'all hear this? Y'all, do y'all hear this shit? Do y'all hear? She is a mental health specialist. Listen at what she says. Listen to how her brain works. Hold on. Listen.
Rewards or items for their submission. The author then discusses that even after slavery was abolished, this negative view of Black women continued from various articles that portrayed Black women to be open to sexual advances, and they were.
You are open to sexual advances, bitch. Oh God, you are awful. So what, are you closed to them? Notice how she's bitching about being closed to sexual advances, meaning that men don't want to fuck with you because you come off as prudish and, you know, and all that stuff. So, but you're online. You are online looking for dick. You're on OkCupid looking for dick, complaining that not enough dick is advancing towards you. People seeing us as open to sexual advances, but then when I put myself out there, they don't come and advance towards me sexually. You're stupid. You're stupid. They be giving anybody degrees. And like I said with the last chick, notice how her shit looked like it came out of an 80s Xerox machine. Like, I'm telling you, they are just print and pressing like newspapers degrees to these dumbass bitches. Either you're open to sexual advances or you're not. Oh no, I can't believe that they painted me as a being that likes to have sex. I can't believe that white society actually made it appear as if we like sex and that's how kids are born or some crap like that. You're stupid. You are a goddamn moron.
We're even portrayed to like it, to like this sort of attention.
We were portrayed as liking sexual attention, yet I bring up a 6-year study upset because I wasn't getting enough sexual attention. You're stupid. You're stupid.
During this time, tensions within the Black household between Black men
and by the way, y'all know that I like to eat putting out of hair like that. But not her. Not her. She's too damn annoying.
and Black women began to become strained. And this was due to the fact that Black men had difficulty finding gainful employment because white employers just refused to hire them.
Show stupid ass up. Relationships. Here, y'all know what I'm going to do? I'm going to play her. I want y'all to listen to her and watch this as she talks so y'all can hear how stupid she sounds. Like,
after slavery was abolished, this negative view of Black women continued from various articles that portrayed Black women to be open to sexual advances, and they were even portrayed to like it, to like this sort of attention. During this time, tensions within the Black household between Black men and Black women began to become strained. And this was due to the fact that Black men
do the tensions look strained here?
Gainful employment because
gainful employment.
Just refused
gainful
to
employment. Perfect timing.
Therefore, Black
you got the
women
brother in the
had
suit
to
right
go
now.
out and
You got the brother in the suit right now when she said gainful employment. They were having trouble with gainful employment. There was just so much trouble with gainful employment. Shut your stupid ass up. There was so much tension. There was tension between Black men and women. Oh, look at that tension. Look at that tension. Look at that. Oh, it's so much tension. It's so much tension going on here. It's just so tense. These women are just so tense. This guy is just so tense. Oh, he's so tense. Look at how tense he is. There's so much tension between the two of them. Shut your stupid ass up. Bitch, you wasn't there. And the only research you did during that time is bell hooks. The only research you did during that time is bell hooks. You're stupid. And you want to know where bell hooks wasn't? You want to know where bell hooks wasn't during that time? She wasn't here. She wasn't here with the rest of the people that is here. She wasn't invited to the party. And you want to know why? Because she's an awkward, stupid-looking bitch. That's why. That's why she wasn't invited. That's why she's a fucking buzzkill that kills the whole Soul Train line. She would do something so fucked up. She would be the one that's reading a book down the Soul Train line or writing one because she's a jackass, okay? And her poetry is shit. This and you follow that instead of her following this. And this is the real history. This is the real history. There was tensions because of lack of employment through Black people. Then why are you here? How did you get here if it was so much tension? You stupid. Hit the like button.
Domestic service jobs to take care of their family. And this really tested the belief that men should be the head of the household, working to provide and take care of the family. In order.
Okay. Here's the thing about the domestic service jobs. Were Black women domestic servants? Yeah, many were. Many were, many weren't. It was a significant amount of them to create this paradigm. Did white women work? Yes. Now, they did work completely different types of jobs, but that's just how things work, because when you're new to the country or you're newly free, you tend to work a certain type of job until you or your people have been here a while. And even still, sometimes that just happens. The chips fall that way. Nevertheless, white women worked too, and they didn't bitch about it, and nor do their descendants bitch about it. You're working now. You're a fucking domestic servant now, you stupid cow. Like, God, they were forced to work. Oh, and that's another thing. They make it out like it was a fucking full-time job. No. You want to know who worked full-time, all the time? Black men. Ask your granddaddy and great-granddaddy what he did for a living. And you want to know what his answer is? Answer is work. Ask them. Ask your daddy or your great-granddaddy, and if they're not living, ask their descendants. Hey, what did grandpa do? Worked. What kind of work did he do? Hard work. Hard fucking work. That's the type of work he did. God damn it. He did hard work. Everywhere you see Black people now, it's because it was work then. It was hard work then. Oakland, it was hard work building those ships in the Henry J. Kaiser shipyards. Chicago, the printing press was hard work. Detroit, Ford was hiring people for hard work. 8 to 12-hour days, work. No union, work. Every now and again, you opened up shit. You opened the glove box of your Ford and it had a Black man's finger in it. Shit got cut off in a factory. That's work. They're in Maryland because it's work. It's work on the ports. It's work on the logging industry. We find ourselves near places where there's piers, ports, and factories because we was there working. And what did your ass do? You cleaned up, and no, your ass wasn't scrubbing toilets for 8 hours a day. No! No! White people lived in 2 or 3 bedroom houses. You worked maybe like 2 hours a day if you worked every day. They didn't have your ass there just like fucking Alice from the Brady Bunch or Alfred or some shit all fucking day. Stop trying to rewrite history. It was a temp job. You were the help. You were the help. Which means that you was helping another working bitch. It wasn't a full-time job. How many dishes do you think bitches had back then? Stop with the bullshit. You worked part-time. He worked all the damn time. He worked all the damn time. Miss me with this bull. Bell hook bitches. Bell hook bitches. We had to shut your ass up.
In order for Black men to regain some power back within their household, they had to pretty much adapt the negative views on Black women that society held, which led to some of them becoming...
That doesn't make sense. In order for us to, assimilate into society, we had to adopt the negative views of the Black woman. No. We had to view you the way that you become. Not the way that you are, not the way that you are, the way that you become. Where is the negative views back then, huh? Where's the negative views back then? Listen to the music back then. Where was the negative views? Where's the negative views on? Well, this one can't dance, but like, where was the negative views back then? This is not a negative view. This is an accurate view. This is an accurate view of whatever the fuck it is you became. Like, the music back then reflected how black men felt about you. And the music right now reflects what you become. These hoes ain't loyal. A bitch is a bitch. That is what you become. Rewriting history.
Violent towards Black women and even degrading them. Also, Hooks talks about how the civil rights movement played a part in the negative views on Black women. And I thought that this part was really interesting. She explains that after the civil rights movement, Black men had better chances to go out there and get a job and be able to take care of their families. Those Black men then expected Black women to take more of a passive role within the household. And this was very difficult.
So according to Bell Hooks, Black men treated Black women like shit because they didn't have jobs. And then they treated them like shit because they did have jobs. So according to her, we didn't have jobs, and we was just like, you ain't shit, bitch, because I ain't got a job. And then after the civil rights movement, they got jobs, and then said again, you ain't shit, bitch, because I got a job. What the fuck? This is how they rewrite history. Fucking old people. Fucking old people. They do shit. I'm not talking about all the old. I'm talking about like these Bell Hooks chicks. They talk about stuff like from their point of view, and people believe them because they old. It doesn't make sense. In fact, let me show you something. This is Pam Grier. She old as hell now. When I was young and she was an adult, she got all the lotion. I mean, I used all the lotion about her. Why don't you listen to her about how the past was, about how things were back in the day? Because I'm pretty sure she would give you a completely different perspective. But no, what do? You listen to Bell goddamn Hooks. You're stupid.
Difficult for Black women because, as I said, Black women needed to be strong, hence the strong Black woman, and take care of their families for a long period of time. Therefore, Black men...
Hold on. She looked mixed up. What the fuck? Do you think I care? Do you think I care? Every woman is mixed when I stir in a vagina. What kind of... Oh, you are doing yourself a huge disservice if you refuse to embrace the whole the light skin nectar. She looked mixed. What the fuck? What the fuck? She looks like she's mixed with big and titties. What in the hell? She looks like she's mixed with sexy and fine. I don't give a shit. Why would you even? Why is that even important? Why would you even bring that up? Is that supposed to deter? She's light-skinned. You think you are not going to dictate what my dick takes or what I take lotion to my dick for? What the fuck was that? Miss me with that. You never going to penis shame over here. That is ridiculous. No, she has universal appeal because her titties look like a fucking universe. And her waist looks like a black hole. No, everything about it is what the hell? You that dude. You that dude. This is Pam Grier, and you. How? Okay. I'm take the picture away, fellas. What color shirt does she have on? What color shirt does she have on? You pay attention to miscellaneous detail. Her skin complexion or her ethnic heritage is a miscellaneous detail. Nobody remembers. No, not one person. Nobody got it right. Not one person remember. Why? Because they're distracted by her fine. Like a regular human. Yeah, somebody got it right. Like a regular human, they distracted by her sexiness, and they don't give a damn about her mixedness or ethnic hair. What the fuck? Like that, like SKC when he was talking about he was saying some shit like, "Oh, you fuck dumb bitches just because they pretty." You goddamn right. You think I give a shit about Pam Grier's IQ? I'm telling you, y'all be majoring in the wrong shit. A beautiful woman is a beautiful woman.
And started to view Black women as less attractive, as their
y'all started being less attractive.
Social standing began to align with the patriarchal system. Some began to.
You goddamn right. You goddamn right. There is nothing wrong with the patriarchal system. The patriarchal system is what built this world. Damn it. Everything you see is patriarchy. Everything. You are talking to me on patriarchy. You woke up in patriarchy. You blanket yourself in patriarchy. Every single thing you have and you do is patriarchy. Stupid bitch. Let me show you what matriarchy looks like. Let me show y'all what matriarchy looks like. Hold on. God, can't stand these imbeciles. Let me show y'all. Hit the like button. You brush your teeth with patriarchy, you stupid cow. All right, let me see. Here we go. Here we go. Let me show you what matriarchy look like. Yeah, you see that? You see that? She's walking into matriarchy. She's filming it with patriarchy, but she's walking into matriarchy. Look at this. Look at this. This is a literal shit hut. This is a literal shit hut. And this is a shitty bitch that lives in it. This is what matriarchy looks like. Look at this. Look at this bitch. Look at that roof. That is what matriarchy looks like. Oh, yeah. This is my matriarchy. literally not a pot to piss in and a window to throw it out. This is literally not a pot to piss in and a window to throw it out. There's no windows. There's no windows. And what do they mean when they say shit huts? It means that it's a shit hut, meaning that as martyr, they use shit. That right there, you see those walls? You see those walls? That's shit. That's shit. I shit you. That is dried up shit. That is dried up shit. They live in horse and cow shit. That is a matriarchy. Look, oh, the husband has no rights. You know, of course he has rights and he used it on your ass. That's why you live there now. That's your bed. This is matriarchy. This chick grew up in a patriarchy. Look at her. This is matriarchy. No damn hair. Sitting in a shit hut. No shoes on. Instead of being barefoot and pregnant, you barefoot and not pregnant. You stupid cow. So when they bitch about patriarchy, show them what a matriarchy looks like. And then tell their ass to go there.
To seek out relationships with women who are seen as more submissive. Now, everything that I just touched on.
Somebody said mud, shit, no difference. It is difference. It's a whole, if you ever smelled shit and smelled mud, it's a difference. No, it's shit. I be watching these videos. I be watching these videos because it's the place on YouTube where you can see titties. It's shit. They make it out of shit. Maybe because it's a whole different texture or maybe because it dry up better, but nope, it's shit. It is shit.
Is definitely still relevant today in 2020 right now. And, you know, just looking back at my online dating experiences, I would often have men ask me, what are you mixed with? Like, I can't possibly be Black and attractive. I would also hear Black men talk about why they don't date Black women because they are too combative or too independent. Another common question that I would get after matching with.
I don't know many Black men that just say that to Black women. Actually, but we all say it to each other. We do say it to each other. So she is right in what they're saying. But the fact that they say it to you really means that not only do I not want to fuck you, and I don't want to fuck you, I don't want to fuck anyone like you ever. So if you have a cousin, a friend, a sister, or anything like that, I don't want to put my penis in it because y'all so fucked up. And y'all so fucked up because y'all listen to bitches like bell hooks. Y'all listen to bitches like bell hooks. This is bell hooks. This is where bell hooks will have your ass. It is hot. There's no AC. It is hot. It is burning hot there. Why is she back there with a cloth? Look at what? Look at this. This is Bell Hooks Utopia. This is matriarchy. Oh, y'all thought it was going to be some Wonder Woman shit, huh? This is the homie. That is y'all. She hugging you. She hugging you like, I am never. They are laughing at you. They are laughing at you. They commending you for what you represent. But they would never trade the patriarchy that comes from my penis for whatever the fuck you got going on in your tribe. They will not trade. They're gonna go back to their air-conditioned buildings and suck their husband's dick while you go back to your shit hut. And they are laughing as you do it. They are laughing as you do it. They are going to get like a Swedish massage, get a mani-pedi from an Asian woman, and they are going to go to sleep in their 1,000 thread count sheets while your ass is living in cow shit. You're stupid. You're matriarchally stupid. And this bit. Okay, I'm gonna play more. I'm gonna stop interrupting.
White men is, are you down with the swirl? Or are
God damn it. I can't help but to pause it. This bitch said, white men come at her and say, are you down with the swirl? Now, I'm going to translate this because I speak to white people a lot and I know English. When they say, are you down with the swirl? Basically what they're saying is, are you going to give it up easily because your hatred of black men? That's essentially what they're saying. They're saying that I don't have a regular pickup line. I don't have a pickup line for you. Are you going to fuck me based on my whiteness? Is what they're saying. Now, listen to what she says to this.
Are you interested in white men? And I just think that this one was really weird because if I wasn't interested in white men, how did we match? But after looking back at those questions, I'm starting.
Of course it was weird. They don't have to be normal with you. The bar that you set, that black women set for white men, is so low that they don't feel that they have to actually be creative, be interesting, be intriguing. They just have to be white. That's their icebreaker, and it's not a very good one, but they don't feel that they have to be good. They feel if they ask enough black women that one of them will suck their dick. And they're not wrong in that regard. It's unfortunate, but it's true, because they turn their hatred for black men and their attempt to control black men into a false sense of attraction to whiteness. They kind of look stupid, but so goes people who are consumed by hate. And shout out to the regular interracial daters. I have members of my family who date interracially, both male and female, and they all would just, like, the females in my family would just be like, oh, this is one corny ass nigga to say something like that. He's not too bright, and just move on. Because she's not dating based on whiteness. She dates all guys, and, you know, if a white guy just so happens to be the most qualified, then that's it. But he has to be qualified. Being white does not automatically qualify him. That's the difference between a swirler and an interracial dater. Hit the like button.
To wonder if that question really was for me. Perhaps they were still questioning whether or not what their interest was with a black woman, whether they wanted to take them really seriously for a long-term commitment, or did they just want to fulfill some sexual fantasy. With many different men, it was a lot of due to sexual fantasy reasons. They just wanted to experience what it was like to be with a black woman. I also experienced men thinking it was okay to immediately objectify me within the first couple messages. Now, I know many women.
Okay. Women, you are an object. You are an object, and you are the most valuable object that a man can possibly possess. I don't know why that's not good enough. I don't know why y'all can't just take comfort in that shit. Exactly. We're all objects. I don't really get why she just can't embrace that. He's treating me like an object. Yes, that's not a bad. Why is that bad? See, you know what her problem is? And this is a problem of many bell hooks bitches. It's because she is looking for a reason to be a victim. She's looking for a way to consider herself a victim. And that is annoying as I don't know what. That is just annoying as hell. She's so used to being a victim, even though she never actually was one. She sees it in every single aspect of life. He's a victim because he wants to use me as an object. And then if he don't want to use you as an object, oh, we're the least picked on OkCupid. They are just stuck in this paradox, and people generally do not want to deal with that shit. Now, is it tacky that these dudes are bringing that up to you? Yes, it is. It is tacky, but y'all created a mating environment where guys of other races feel it's okay to be tacky. Because some swirler out there will suck the dick and then talk about how, you see, we can get white guys too. You know, kind of like that white dude that called CK the N-word. Kind of like that.
Men from all different backgrounds have definitely experienced this sort of behavior, especially now with the whole hookup culture that we are all in. I do want to say that I think as a Black woman, it brings it to a whole nother level, because as everything that I just talked about, Black women are seen to be open to these sort of sexual advances and are viewed as the least desirable group. So not only would I experience a lot of these inappropriate messages, those messages were really aggressive in nature without even me doing anything at all. I know that when I was on there, I would basically be covered head to toe in my pictures or a turtleneck, explain that like I'm only here for a serious relationship, yet I continuously kept getting these messages.
How fucked up are you? How fucked up are you to where your dating profile, you got a goddamn turtleneck on? You cover from head to toe. What are you, Sharia law? What kind of crap is that? Listen, I understand not wanting to sexually exploit yourself. I get that. But you in a burqa, what the hell is wrong with? Do you know how weird that is? I don't think she has a clue. And she's a mental health, she is a mental health professional. She is a mental health professional. See? I like this. It's not thoughty, it's not trashy. It's just nice. I like that. I deal with that. Look at that, you know. Oh yeah, that's good. That's some good gettings. She's older here, still look good. She ain't got no damn turtleneck on. Like a jackass weirdo. That didn't happen. Yeah. So clearly you don't understand the difference between trashy and, and just downright weird, prudish. You feel that in order to not appear trashy, you have to do all kind of strange.
Despite how much I tried to protect myself or just to say like I'm not interested in that sort of thing. And now I know what Sojourner Truth talked about when she said, "Ain't I a woman?" Like, aren't I a woman too? I deserve respect. I deserve love.
Sojourner Truth was a fucking bitch. Okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing about that whole "ain't I a woman" spiel from Sojourner Truth. The thinking that basically what she was saying with the whole I'm a woman thing is white women are being treated a certain way and Black women are being treated a lot worse because but we both should be treated the same because we're both women. Now, by that logic, Black men should be treated the same way as white men at the time because they're both men. And now, I'm not saying that what she is saying at the time was wrong per se, but it completely ignores the men. Now, notice when you have like activists for civil rights and things like that from Black men, it's never a gender thing. Like when Martin Luther King gives his speech, it's never really like gender specific. It's never like, ain't I a man? Don't I deserve to sit on the front of the bus with all the other men? Don't we deserve to, go to the same schools as white men? It was never about gender. It was about race. But even back then, Sojourner and Truth proved that they're gender first and not race first, unlike the men.
And I am worthy of a long-term committed relationship, just like any other woman.
Ain't that a bitch? First of all, Sojourner and Truth did not say that, and you are not worthy of it at all. You have to make yourself worthy of it, and even then, you're not. That's like me, right? So, in like 2000, I want to say 5 or something, right? A house in the Oakland Hills, because I don't go around and praising them, but I used to go to New Year's Eve parties there. And when he first bought the house, he told me, he let it slip, that the house costs $3 million, house in the Oakland Hills. And I doubt that it went down. So I'm pretty sure that they're closer to 10 million now, right? By that logic, I should say, ain't I a man? Don't I deserve a house in the Oakland Hills? Ain't I a man? I have a penis too. What did he do that I didn't do? He's a running back for the Raiders. Oh, that's what he did. Don't I deserve that? It's like me just walking into Steph Curry's house or some shit like that. Hey, ain't I a man? I deserve this house. I deserve this shit. I'm a man. You're a man. You got one. You got this mansion. I deserve it too. No, sweetie, it don't work that way. You don't deserve stuff. Least of all, my penis. You deserve that least of all. Others deserve it. Others in the chat room deserve it. You don't. You don't deserve it. You get what you deserve. Ain't I a woman? Fuck you. In Nitty 77 says, salute GC, supporting the stream, bro. Appreciate you. Appreciate you.
But for some reason, Black women are viewed to be the least desirable, and like myself, are often victims of these negative, unwanted messages from many different people. And with all of this said, of course, this affected my self-esteem. And with seeing these messages over and over again, it became really traumatic for me. I do want to say to all Black women, if you are currently struggling with this or have struggled with this in the past, that you are worthy of love and respect, just like any other.
You see that? She just said, I want to say to all Black women, to all Black women that you are worthy of love and respect. No, you are not. No, you are not. Nobody, not everybody is worthy of it. Is every man you meet worthy of a blowjob? What the fuck is wrong with you? What makes you think? No. Fat women aren't worthy of love and respect. They're not. They're not. They're not even women. They're not worthy of the stuff that regular women are worthy of. Exactly. Mutt said it best. Worthy of what you earn, just like a man. Just like if I wanted Steph Curry's house and car and shit like that, I have to earn it. I don't just walk up to it. Oh, hold up. Who? I just seen him here. I had just seen him here. Hold on. Here we go. Ike. Ike is balling out of control, right? Money-wise. And I met him in person. Ike, did I walk up to you and say, hey, I'm worthy of your shit. I'm worthy of your bank account. I'm worthy of your trip to Africa and shit. Did I say that when I met you? What kind of crap is I'm worthy of your shit? Ain't I an engineer? What kind of shit is that? Ain't I an engineer? Am I not worthy of that? What the fuck? No, he earned his stuff as I gotta earn mine. The fuck out of here.
Other woman. I know that it's harder for us to find that special someone, but that person is out there for you. Just remember to go where you are loved and respected, regardless of that person's race or background. In the meantime, please focus on building your self-love and self-esteem.
No, focus on building your goddamn abs. Building your self-esteem, you have to have something of esteem about yourself. You have to have something of about yourself that is of esteem. Build your self-esteem. No, basically create a false image, a false self-image.
If you haven't seen my video on how to do that, I will link it up above. But let me know your thoughts about online dating and your experience in the comments. I would love to hear from you. And if you like this video, let me know by subscribing, and I will talk to you soon.
I'm not going to subscribe. Okay. So y'all see that? That's where we're at. That's where we're at. That type of thinking is our mental health professional. She just admitted all the issues that she suffers from. And she suffers from it from an OkCupid survey from years ago. So if she's able to get issues that easy, then she has a lot more of them. And don't think that this will not manifest itself, if she is on the couch. Somebody said that they was going through therapy. Well, if you get a bitch like this, I feel for you. I do. But once again, I bet you anything that it is not a private practice, that all of her clients are not choosing to be with her. Like if she's like a high school counselor or something like that, they don't choose. You don't get to choose. People who would choose their therapist choose not to be with that chick. She's fucking nuts. I'm gonna tell you, I want a therapist that talk to other therapists. That's what I want. Like the guy that be in the Ivy League and he sits like in the middle of the thing, and a bunch of other therapists with elbow patches, they come, and when he speaks, they take notes. That's who I trust my brain with. Fuck everybody else. It's so much shit in my brain. Fuck everybody else. It's that guy. And I said guy. Now, one last one.
How many of you have dated outside of your race? How many of you would be willing to date outside of your race? How many of you are not willing to date outside of your race? Okay. All right. Well,
now, I want to point out something. Whenever they bring up the statistics of why there are very few Black women marrying outside of their race, they always say it's because of their loyalty. It's not because of their loyalty. It's because of the general lack of desire. It's obvious that the majority of you are willing. It's like 3 hands up of the women who wouldn't. And what the fuck are you going to do with that? I can tell by her hand that I don't want to fuck her, or a hand job. Like, so yes, most of you are willing to date outside of the race. It's just that outside of the race aren't as willing to date you as you would like to. Keep it a buck. So stop with this whole, oh, only 3% of us marry out because we're loyal. No, it's because they're loyal. Exactly. Not loyalty, limited options. All these, I bet you, I am willing to bet that 80% of these chicks are single. And the other 20 is married to a simp. Why? Because you send your wife to something called Black Woman Conversations. How weird is this? It really just shows that they're gender focused and not family focused and not my penis focused. So why would you allow your wife to go to some shit like that? These are unmarried chicks, or they're married to simps. Y'all could be at a PTA goddamn meeting, but instead y'all here. Y'all could be making a sandwich from scratch, but instead y'all here. Y'all could be sucking your husband's penis, but instead y'all here. Look at this bit. Look at this shit.
Serena Williams, Eve, Rihanna have all found love across.
It's funny that he said Rihanna, right?
The racial divide. More and more Black women, of course, seem to be willing to follow in their footsteps. Wendy Harlow, should Black women date outside the race?
Black women and
all right. Now you all can see that she got that cow disease. I don't mind it on her. I'm gonna keep it a buck. This isn't always the case, but that cow shit, it works with her. I'm feeling it.
all women should date whoever they want to date.
And all men should date whomever they want to date. All men should date whoever they want to date. I agree. Stop dictating what my dick takes. I don't dictate what dicks you take. Exactly. These are the same chicks that will be giving pushback on password bros. Or if a dude dressed interracially. Martin Luther King had a white lover. And then, all women should date who they wish to date.
I was raised in a home by a single Black woman. My mom and my father, my whole life, have had an amazing relationship. They raised me separately, but cordially. In this time of my mom being single, I've obviously met a lot of her boyfriends, and they were multiracial. She dated Black guys, she dated white guys. So I think for me, it was something that I was taught that, all people are equal and everyone deserves love. I've personally dated outside of my race. I've dated Black.
What is this everyone deserves love thing?
Black guys, I've dated white guys. And I don't think those aspects of them altered what went right or wrong in our relationships. I think whatever our disputes were happened to do with the type of person that I am and the type of person that he was as a person, not as a race.
Was it easier or harder dating interracially or not?
No, because I think everything is an education. I think, you know, the main thing is hair.
Okay, I'm remembering what's about to be said, and I knew I didn't like her, but everything she said thus far I like. So it's about to be what she's about to say that I don't like, but I am curious. I would like to talk to her mother, and I would ask her mother one question. Are you still single? Or did she fall into the category, and I could tell by this woman's age, that her parents went through an 80s divorce, like my parents. They went through an 80s divorce, and the mother never found love ever since. I got a feeling that her mom might have fallen into that category. Not sure, but I think her mom is a boomer. And they did this whole experiment of divorce and breaking up the family and shit, and now they're reaping the results of it. I got a feeling that her mom might be one of those type of women. Okay, she's about to say something pissed me off. Listen.
Education. I think, you know, the main thing is hair. I think, first of all, Black men have a problem with learning these things as well. You know, like, you have to learn that, yeah, I have a beautiful wig on right now, but you're going to wake up with me with a bonnet, right? So.
I got to learn. I got to learn. My penis got to learn. What in the fuck? What in the fuck was that? I gotta learn to put up with that shit. I gotta learn. Hey, you're gonna have to learn that I'm wearing a wig. No, you're gonna have to learn to grow some fucking hair, or you're gonna have to learn to be natural. I gotta learn. I got to adapt to whatever the fuck you look like in the morning. You got to learn to grow some hair. Look at the audience. Look at their hair. Look at their hair. And don't tell me that that Black women's hair don't grow regular. Look at Danika's hair. Shout out to her. Y'all hair grow regular and y'all old as fuck. Meaning that your hair had more time to grow. You just didn't. You just didn't. You didn't think we got long dicks. You should have long hair. But nope. Nope. You don't feel that it's worthy of it. And we're supposed to wake up to the bonnet happy with that shit. No, if I fuck you with a wig on, you need to wake up before I do and put it back on. Can't fucking believe this. I cannot believe this is the mentality. We got to put up with whatever type of shit they feed us. And they wonder why brothers go elsewhere. And you know what this means? Fellas, listen closely. This means that she wakes up, she goes into her wiggery. I got a feeling that chicks like this be having wiggeries. They be having like a bunch of mannequin heads in their closet with a bunch of different wigs. As crazy as it sounds, I've seen it. I've seen it when I was helping the homie move. It was a bunch of human heads. They be not human heads, but like they be having like a bunch of heads, mannequin heads in their closet and shit. And those are the ones with money. The ones without money, they have like a drawer full of wigs. And it's right next to the drawer full of bonnets. So what does that mean? What does that mean? That means that she feels in such an authority to train my penis that she, instead of her waking up before I wake up and then walk into the drawers and pick out a wig, she picks out a bonnet and say, get used to this, and then wonder why she gets pumped and dumped. Like I said, I'm feeling the cow shit. I am. I fuck her on her cowness and all the other stuff that she got on. She can get the dick based on physical appearance, but that whole wig mentality going on in her brain, fuck that.
Yeah, I mean, I think all these things are just an educational thing, whether it be race, whether it be men versus women, whether it be whatever it is, all these things just have to do with education.
Angelica, how do you think about interracial dating?
I agree that it's about the education because I actually was engaged to be married to a white man, to an Italian man, and we were together for 8 years. And I have not been in a relationship since.
Oh my God, this is disgusting. Oh my God, this is fucking disgusting. This is going to get worse. This is going to get worse.
I don't know if I would actually date outside my race again. There is only really one time that I'm against interracial dating, and that is when you're not allowed to bring your full self to the relationship. Because I was in.
Why are they doing this? That is, do y'all know what y'all condoning? He's wrong. This Italian guy is wrong because he don't want to put up with that shit. Fuck that. That is disgusting. But he's wrong. And it's a matter of race, not all the other shit that you got going on. Not all the other stuff. Read the comments. Not all the other stuff that you got going on. Oh no, he's short-sighted. What the fuck? What the fuck? Apparently after 8 years, which, nigga, what? But I bet you that he thought all black women were like this. And why wouldn't he? Like, I mean, they wear wigs. Why wouldn't he think that all the other shit is fucked up? And to be perfectly honest, I just assumed that there's some leftover dick down there. I just assumed that. I just assume that down there, there's like some residual dick. I just assume. I don't know, nor do I want to know. I do not want to know. I do. If you're a doctor, shout out to Classy. If you're a doctor and you know shit like that, I just assume not know. But I tell you what I don't want. I tell you what I don't want. And this is why I do not have that red dot on my card. And it's not because I'm a selfish asshole, even though in many ways I am, but not in this way. I don't really care what happens to my heart and shit. Like if my lungs go to somebody that smokes, don't care. If my liver goes to somebody that drinks, don't care. You know, however, I don't want you to get my penis. Now, if there was a way that I can check a box to say I donate all my organs, but you can't have my dick, then I would be like, okay, cool. I'll check that box. But you see, in life as well as in death, I care about where I put my penis. And I don't want somebody strange taking it and doing all kind of nasty shit with it that I wouldn't do in real life. Fuck that. Fuck that. Nope. It goes with me. And if it means that I have to keep all my other shit and somebody's gonna die because of it, then that's just is how it is. It's your fault for allowing this shit to happen. Y'all be harvesting people's dick when they die. Fuck that. Fuck that. No. Nope. That's it. No. Y'all do all kind of shit. No. My dick is not going to ever do some of the nasty shit that y'all proposing. Fuck that. No.
In the relation time that I'm against interracial dating, and that is when you're not allowed to bring your full self to the relationship. Because I was in the relationship where I did not challenge my white partner on his anti-blackness. And instead,
he has anti-blackness and he's with you? If he's with you, he's not anti-anything.
internalized the way he looked at the black community too. And so we both were in our gated community house thinking, this is what, needs to happen and blah, blah, blah. When I realized that this man was not invested in the liberation of my community, nor my black community, nor my LGBT.
Oh my God. Liberated from what? He needs to be liberated from bitches with residual penis. Something like that. Mutt? Something like that.
LGBT community, but that I was passing. So that means that I'm either going to be with a black man who also has been educated about his anti-blackness.
Indoctrinated. And what do you mean? We have to be, how's a black man anti-black? I'm anti whatever the fuck you are. I'm anti that shit. And I'm not anti it in the sense that I don't think it should exist, but I don't. Let's be clear on this. Let's be clear on this. And I'm not talking about her in particular. I'm not. Because I don't give a shit about her. She could do whatever she wants. I'm talking about the ones that actually pass. The ones that actually are look like decent looking women. Those are the ones that fear. I fear it. I fear it. It haunts my soul. It haunts my fucking soul. Because there was a time, I'm old enough to remember a time, and it don't happen often. I wish it did, but I'm not Alan Roger Curry. It don't happen often. But it does happen, and when it happened back in the day, back in the 90s, early 2000s, before shit started getting weird, a woman could walk up to you and say, I want to suck your dick. And then you want to know what you heard immediately after that? You heard this. You heard that. The zipper unzip. That's what that. You heard that. I want to suck your dick. There you go. Want to suck your dick? There you go. Want to suck your dick? There you go. That is what you heard immediately after that. But now you can't just unzip. Now you have to do an examination. And that kills the mood for the actual natural born women that want to do it. You have to do, you have to examine and shit. I don't want to have to do that. But it's because that exists that I now have to. I want to immediately zip. I want to immediately unzip when I hear that. I want to suck it. There you go. Here it is. No hesitation. Before you change your mind, there you go. There's dick. So yeah, I don't like the existence for that reason.
and about his misogyny and all those things. Or I'm gonna be with someone who's not black who understands that, or I'm gonna be by my damn self.
Now, April, I know you are happily married, but how do you think about interracial dating?
I agree with Winnie. I believe that you should date who feeds your soul. But who feeds my soul is a black man. And I'm going to tell you why. I feel like when I think about the trauma that black men have gone through, along with the trauma that a black woman has gone through, we're able to heal each other because we know each other's pain. We know our...
What trauma? I haven't been through trauma. What are you talking about? The most traumatic thing to me is a bitch with no hair. What the fuck? What? Or waking up and a chick takes her wig off. Waking up to a chick and finding out that it's a wig and she put a bonnet on. That's the most traumatic thing that happened. The most traumatic thing that happened to me is you. It's you.
Our ancestors' pain. Black men need a black woman, and black women need a black man to help us be better. And because we know each other, we need each other to heal those wounds that were never really treated.
I don't have wounds. All right, put the link out there, mainly for King Sigma, because I know he's an expert on this. This has turned into some interracial dating stuff. I know that that's his wheelhouse. So, but you know, anybody could get it. We got like 15 minutes to make this an even 3 hours. All right, let me see what's in the chat room in the meantime. Damn, you say she took off one leg? Well, don't that mean you could get to it better? Yeah. Ha. All right. Enough of that. Let's see. This short hair is a woman who's masculine. Yeah. What's going on, Sigma? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up, bro?
Nothing much. I know you have a lot. So what's on your mind?
And I've just been tuning in, and I've been getting a good laugh off hearing these descriptions that you're giving. But I think that it just shows that the modern, female out here, they're starting to feel some kind of sting in the dating market, in the sexual marketplace, right?
Oh, absolutely.
They're starting to feel it because, you're seeing little things like the clips that you showed are out there, but then you're seeing things like that femcell alleged shooter down in Atlanta, a black female. Then you have the psychologist.
Wait. Don't say that like I know. I don't know stuff. Hey, people send me links. If you don't send it, chances are I do not want
Someone get that link to GameChanger of the Atlanta mass shooter that ended up being a black female so he can see. I just assume that you knew this because this is one of those things that it just hits, viral things. So usually something like that is pretty much all of black YouTube and already, jumped in on it within 24 hours. But yeah, she was arrested for killing, I guess, 2 of the people that work at her office place. And this wasn't no bum broad. This chick was an accountant, certified accountant, and she went on a mass shooting. And right now the details are sketchy. We don't have enough information on what the motive was, but that's a developing story. Then you had the situation with this quote unquote therapist who, again, there's a big difference between someone that goes to undergrad or associate's degree or a certificate in psychology versus someone that actually gets accepted into a top medical school and goes through that process and has to do clinical work. So we have to keep in mind that a lot of times when you see these people on social media calling themselves a psychologist or things like that, they just work for like a nonprofit place that sends their poor people, like homeless people, poor people, abuse women, and they get like a grant from the state or the federal government, but they're not really qualified to be on internet speaking to hundreds of thousands of people. So she got what she had coming to her. I don't think anyone would be debating it if it was a black man who was a therapist or an alleged therapist and he was berating black women in that way. everyone would be all in on canceling him within 10 seconds. But because she has that sisterhood membership, we're supposed to feel sorry for her for being a misinterest, not me.
Yeah, I read about a woman who was fired, a white woman who was fired from her teaching job or her job with the school district because of something she said on TikTok. She said something to the effect of, "I'm always late to work, even though I bring coffee," which is a little funny. And she said that, somebody at her job, I don't know, sent it to the superintendent and she got fired. Now, as petty as that was, understanding how petty of a world we live in, you should not be on the internet with your saggy ass titties and your ass out. You shouldn't. With a skirt that looks like it was made out of a Mexican seat cover. Like, and your room's messy. This shit is all out of line.
The room is always messy. Or because isn't it interesting that in both cases of those therapists, right? Mm-hmm. When you look at their homes, they don't look like a home that has any life in it. They're threadbare. It doesn't look like a place where they're even actually engaging with men like that. Typically, when a woman actually has a man of interest that's coming around, her place is going to be tidy. You know what I'm saying? She's going to have expressions of her personality on her walls. And I've always noticed the difference between a single man versus a single woman. When you go into their cribs, for the most part, women tend to have more of a need to express their inner self through like accessories and artwork and collections of things, their travels and things of that. Now, a man, he may have been everywhere in the world, and you go in his apartment, and it might just be a picture of him and his parents on the wall, and he could be making over 6 figures or whatever. But with women, they tend to be more expressive in all things that allow expression. So when I see a woman that's talking about she wants to play in your mind, and her crib looks like that, I'm asking questions. So to me, I think that they kind of show what's going on inside of them through their environment. And then they're asking these questions that they already know the answer to. Oh, why are men choosing me? In her case, why isn't Brad choosing me? Because Brad doesn't have to choose you. He has better options. Or he's willing to have no options rather than be with you. Why do we keep asking these questions that everybody knows the answer to?
Because they don't know. And that's because they tell themselves that they deserve certain things.
And I think that's what's happened, is that the market is giving them the message back that no, the entitlement that was programmed into you by the schools, even the corporations, or maybe your parents, cannot guarantee you a man in the sexual marketplace. And this is what their consequence is to be on here, getting in front of a phone, putting their careers at risk, all just to, virtue signal for nothing. The chick that was, berating black men, who said that she had a practice of 90% black men, I don't, that's a record of hers now that she has to deal with at the state level, at the corporate level, because now that puts anyone that would hire her at risk, because any black man could just go up there and say, I feel uncomfortable working with her.
This is true. And she smells funny.
Yeah.
Like, well, I mean, you could tell that she looks like that she smells bad.
That's a part of the body positivity that I don't like.
What, positive odor? How's that body positivity? No, I'm not talking about this one. I'm talking about the other one.
I'm talking about the other one too. But but again, the reason that she probably has bad hygiene is because as part of this quote unquote body positivity, which we all know is an unhealthy lifestyle, promotion of early death, those people tell them that they don't have to shave their arms, they don't have to shave their legs, they don't have to wash their box out. I find it so disturbing that we've allowed ourselves as a society of men to be gaslighted by people that just 30 years ago would have been put in insane asylums, bro. But they're actually telling these women that you cannot work out. You cannot worry about your diet. You cannot shave your legs. You don't got to wash that thing out but once a month. You can work. They're telling them this, and they're normalizing it because they're not hearing this from black men, but they're getting it from their white programmers at these different schools and these different environments that they're in. They're not getting this from black men, but what happens is that environment is giving them this programming, but it's not guaranteeing them a white mate to be with. And so what happens, they get this programming, but they have to go out into a marketplace that she just admitted herself, where the white men and the non-black men don't want her. And now she's forced to go among black men like you or I and we're telling her, hey, I'm good. I'll pass. Not even for a nut. I will pass. Go over there. And this is where the frustration kicks in.
Exactly. So you've seen the first videos that I showed where you had the 7 black women in bikinis, and the only guy in a visible apartment complex, like the swimming pool looks like it was like everybody's window can look out and see a bunch of black chicks in bikini. And the only guy that came was one that complained about them having glass containers. was a mentally ill white dude that was complaining, like, really? That's the boys to the yard that y'all milkshake brings? Like, so it is bad out there.
And was that, are you talking about the video with the swim, that swim one that you showed, or another one?
Wait, what swim one?
You showed, there was a video where you were breaking out called Swim Fat or something, or Swim.
No, this was another one. No, this is here. I'll play again. Because it's a quick one. Hold on. Oh, I'm still screen share. Cool. Hold on. Let me show you something.
The link is in the chat if you need it in the private chat, so it's there.
Right quick. Okay. Okay, now look at all these windows. And this is at least if this is a lobby, then it don't count. But that's at least 3 stories. And it's more. It goes up. The apartment complex goes upper, and that's just one building. There seems to be several buildings here with windows facing towards the pool. And not one man, the only one man that went down there was to complain about glass. Nobody went down there to get some ass. The only person was to complain about glass. And he said it was 7 black women. 7.
Okay. Okay. Now I get it. I see the environment. Okay, so we got like quite a few females in the bikini out there. And sassy white man said, y'all, he ain't having it, huh?
Yeah, but my point is, as weird as this guy is, because that is a little petty, and dude, he obviously has issues, and he
was looking kind of sassy, He was looking kind of sassy.
Yeah, but I think that's a sign of a different mental illness that he has going on, that he admits to.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, why are there no guys? Hold on. Don't be stupid. Explain yourself. I've been here 3 hours. Explain where the SBE is. Are you just saying shit to say it? God, don't be an imbecile. Don't. Anyway.
Like, so when Fair Player says it, what I wonder is, like, is it SBE just to share a story? Is that the SBE? Or because my understanding is that with the SBE is that you're talking to the women themselves, and you're actually under some impression that you're going to change their behavior or outcomes. Because guys kind of throw me off when they put the term out there, because I've only seen it from that perspective, where you're trying to reform and control or change a female, and it's futile. Versus if you're just talking about a story that was in the news. I don't understand how guys be using it sometimes.
It doesn't have to make sense. They just use it so they can feel like they said something. That's what I'm saying. Don't be stupid. Like, I can see if it applies, but it doesn't even apply. Even if it did, like, then just don't watch if it bothers you that much. God damn, don't be so fucking weird. That shit is just ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm just kind of lost on him using it in regards to this clip that you're showing. I'm just lost on it.
Yeah, but even if it wasn't in regards to this particular clip, the whole show had nothing to do with that. The entire body of work had nothing. What the fuck? All right, that's frustrating. But and my point of showing this here was that to say that there were no guys there. There was not a one. Like, you know, like y'all out half naked, water dripping and shit, and it's not bringing anybody to the yard. Like, nobody is coming to. Like,
that is bro. That is kind of sad when you think about it, because you know, there's so many men out here that are sexually repressed, and to be in an environment where you got like 7, you know, bras that are just sitting around the pool and they got their bikinis on, and the dudes was still like, "Nah, I'm good." Matter
exactly.
Fact, y'all making too much noise out there.
Y'all got open bottles like that. So that is the marketplace that we're talking about. That's, you know, causing a lot of frustration.
She probably thought he was coming out there to put his bid in, though, when she initially saw him, because that was Brad. So you already know she was perking him up, and she thought it was something else about to go down. She was kind of surprised.
Man. And yeah. Well, and then it gets more interesting. Watch this.
Brad is on like vigilant sentinel mode or something, man. He's following him and everything.
Yeah. He's saying that she assaulted him. I will say, I know white dudes like this, and this is all on him. I doubt that she hit him, but this is one fucked up, weird ass, creepy ass nigga. So, you know,
yeah, that Karen vibe is strong with these cats like that. It's very strong with them.
Exactly. But the moral of the story is, it's like, damn, this is what your bikini value is? Like, this is what your bikini attracts? Like, that's the only penis that's out there. And this is 2 days in a row. This is a total of 9 chicks.
Oh, really? It was 2 days.
No, so the first day was 7, and then this is the next day, and it's 2 more, and it's still nobody out there to just like shoot they shot or nothing. The shit is,
and the same dude is stalking him 2 days in a row.
The only thing that they could find is some weird ass white dude that walked around dressed like this, and look at how he walks, to complain about glass and shit.
So he's like the neighborhood security guard, huh?
Man, he's a fucking George Zimmerman in the making. He's a fucking.
But
jackass.
then these are the ones that they say that want them so much. These are the ones that they say that we black men are jealous because they're divesting. This is what they're divesting to.
Exactly. Following them like Joey Greco from Cheaters.
Man.
Hey, Joey Greco.
Classy as hell with it, like, officer, these negresses are out here drinking. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah. And he caught the cops on him. And it's not even against the law. Now, don't get me wrong. I get why it's a rule. Because glass break in a pool and you fuck up the whole pool. So, you know, I get they like, listen, better safe than sorry, no glass around. You know, so it's a reasonable enough rule, you know, but he's on some weird shit. He's on some weird nigga shit. Like he's gonna find anything.
He's trying to get a discount on his rent by reporting to the management. That's what it is. But more than likely, though, in a situation like this, though, because I saw how that was like a little housing community, more than likely, he probably been watching them for a long time, and they probably, you know, been partying in the building. And he's like, you know how you got every building has that one person that is like put in place by management to keep an eye. He's that guy right there. So he probably getting free rent for snitching, you know.
You know, I don't think you talking about like Bookman from Good Times.
Yeah, every building used that. They always got a version of Bookman there. This is their version. I don't Bookman, I guess.
I don't think he's a Bookman. I think that he's more like a weird ass white nigga that just looks for something to complain about.
Well, you always got those in your buildings too. You always got that person too. The person that always calls the police that doesn't work for management, and that's not the bookie. You always got one of them too.
True. All right, but he's going to explain why he did it. Hold on.
Hey, where's your volume at, man?
All right. I don't know how autism works, other than what I've seen in like Rain Man and stuff like that. But even then, I think that that's just like an anomaly, his gifts. I don't think that that's actually a reality of it. I think that that's a sensation. Oh, am I muted?
Do we know the video you were playing was muted, but do we know what city? Because usually when you have a news, they'll tell you what city. I'm just kind of curious what city that is.
Oh, I'm wondering why I was muted when I wasn't muted before, but I don't know what city it's in.
Okay.
They probably say it at the end, but he said, which I didn't hear, was that he blamed his behavior on his autism. Apparently, he's clinically diagnosed with autism. I don't think that autism has that particular type of weird to it. I do know that there are certain inexplicable behaviors and quirks, and there's a social aspect to it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that some of that is just him, not his mental illness.
I think it's all him, but I do think that that's a nice play that he did, because here's what it is.
I agree.
See what it is, when you get into the whole victim Olympics, what's starting to happen is that a lot of white people are starting to turn it on other groups, right? So since, anything that they do will be called racist, a white guy like that will just say, hey, well, I'm disabled. Yeah. I'm disabled.
Exactly. So he's looking for his place on the spectrum of
exactly
of what do you call that?
I just call it the victim
protected classes. Well, he's looking to get protected class rights.
Yes, exactly.
And that's his.
And he's sassy and he's sexually suspect as well. So.
Yeah, exactly. So he probably going for like double. He's going for 2, because he don't want to be the straight white male.
Exactly.
So yeah, he's looking for a card that he can use to fuck with people. So, but yeah, that's that. That's part of the frustration. Like the milkshake is not bringing all the boys to the yard. Anymore.
Actually, the milkshake about to get them evicted.
Nah, they went at him. They like. I'm glad that the apartment complex seen like, listen, this is a weird ass nigga. Like, yeah, you shouldn't have bottles at the thing, but they have every right. Listen, and this is where I agree with them. You have every right to smack the phone out of a hand as somebody who's recording you in a bikini, without your permission.
Yeah, I mean, I think to the bigger issue with the video, to me, it just shows that even in an environment where there is allegedly all these lonely men, they're putting out new studies every week about how lonely men are or whatever, but they don't tell the other side of the story. I don't understand how in a country where the women outnumber the men, if men have all this level of loneliness, that means that there's going to be some lonely women out there too. But more importantly, when you look at other studies that the same organizations put out, women, the thing that shocked me this year, and I was talking to another person a couple months about, was when they put out the report saying that in America, the women have now surpassed men in terms of mental disorder and mental medications, but also as far as alcoholism. That one threw me off because, everyone has the stereotype of us men being like gregarious drinkers, but now in America, women actually buy and consume more alcohol than men do. Okay. The same groups put out the same information. So I'm not really all that surprised that would be the outcome in that situation where the only dude that came out there was a guy to tell him to shut up and go get some plastic cups or whatever. Because there's a lot of dudes that are just like, I'm not dealing with it. Yes, the package looks really good. I think a lot of men are at that stage where they're looking at the woman out of the window in the bikini saying, damn, she got a nice body. I wouldn't mind hitting that. But then he already has these preconceived ideas in his mind about what that's going to include, you know, the personality and all the baggage that comes with it. And I think a lot of men in America are kind of getting to that point that's not really being spoken on, but starting to show up in these reactions that we're getting that go viral.
Agreed. Well, just the interview, and I really hate that you made me take it down. I'm gonna be honest, but I understand why. But just like the interview you did, that's what
by the way, I saw her on Sunday.
Oh, okay.
So that
remember, you owe me that. You owe me that.
I'll make sure to send you a note, like, you know, send you a bottle of wine or something.
Nah, send me her sister's number. That's what you send me. Like,
but a position opened up on my team because one of the babes I've been dealing with aside just announced that she's getting engaged, and I was kind of disappointed to hear that. So yeah, a little position when I get back from my little month-long West Coast journey might have just opened up when I get back home.
Okay, that's what's up. But no, the first thing I asked you to ask her was how many guys approach her. Now she said 1 a day. Now think about what that means. Being the type of work she does, bartender. For those of you who didn't see it, she's a bartender. She's it was kind of blurry, but you could still tell that she was something to look at. And of course, I'm gonna take your word on it.
I put her at about, for my taste, I put her at like a 7.5, but she's all natural. Because again, I saw her again on Sunday, so it was one thing when I saw her that night. You know, it was late. I was kind of tipsy or whatever, but she confirmed she's a legit natural 7.5 mixed race chick.
Okay, that's what's up. My point is that you've seen the 90s, I've seen the 90s. It should be at least 7 to 13. She should have, working in a busy setting like she does, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. She should get hit on at least 7 to 13 times, not 1. That is extremely low. And it really says something about the way society is viewing, you know, the relationship dynamic and everything. Everything is off now.
Yes.
You know, when you have, 7.5 bartenders not getting hit on more than once a day. I asked a pretty DMV worker that same question. She told me 3 times a week. And everybody goes to the DMV. You know,
yeah, I hear that a lot from women. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So it's definitely down.
Bro, it's really down. I don't know how many women you like to talk to that are under the age of like 25, but anytime I meet women that are under 25, they all tell me they never get hit on. Like they say that they're surprised when they get hit on. So I guess the only men that are really approaching these women that are not approaching them through dating apps are older men.
That's possible. Like guys my age who would fuck a 25-year-old quickly.
Absolutely.
Who was conditioned different. But yeah, I think that now it's become like socially taboo. You know, kind of like farting in public or something like that. Like, oh, I can't believe he approached. Like they made it that way. And many women are regretting that it is now that way. Like, I haven't been approached in 5 years and shit like that, you know?
They're confused. And just kind of how you were breaking down the psychology, how on one hand she was complaining about the white men not approaching her on the dating apps or whatever, which is a study that all of us have talked about for years. That's kind of ironic that suddenly you have this black female therapist talking about it. But when we were talking about it, they never wanted to admit it, that OkCupid and Tinder had put them on blast about how they were the most to try to date out, but the least likely to get swiped right on. So that is a good thing that at least they're starting to admit the facts that we've already known. But as you were pointing out, is that she was, on one hand, she was saying that these white men weren't approaching her. But on the other hand, she was talking about objectification. See, what's happening is that there's a campaign against heterosexuality in America. It's been low key.
Speak on it.
I've been noticing that there's this anti-heterosexual campaign, especially against men. And it's really subtle because, again, that the LGBT community is still less than 5% of the population, so they have to be subtle with it. But some of it's starting to spill out into the mainstream, and you're starting to see that, hey, this is really about an anti-heterosexual attitude. So in her own mind, she's very, very confused. Because to them, heterosexuality requires a certain kind of mating and courting game that's particular to a 6 million year history or whatever. Mm-hmm. What they're doing, they changed the rules so much and made it so difficult for heterosexual men to be in their natural self. A lot of these dudes are confused too now. And now a woman like her, in her confusion, doesn't understand that they're creating the problem that they're complaining about. Because again, a man approaching you and letting his sexual intentions be known is not objectification.
Exactly. It's not a bad thing, and he's not a bad person. He's a natural human being, and so are you. And that's why, so in what you've seen and what I pointed out was a reflection of her confusion.
Yes.
And that's because her nature is conflicting with what society is telling her. And unfortunately, her nature as a woman is telling her to follow societal trends. So she's in turmoil. She wants to be, her nature is telling her that she is a sexual object. And society is telling her also that she should not be treated as a sexual object. So, she's confused as fuck.
Well, I've asked a couple guys, because when this whole passport thing broke again, I was asking the question, what is the dividing line between, because there was this like, oh, those guys are whoremongers and they're sex mongers. And the question I keep asking them, you guys are so confused and you've been gaslit so bad that you don't even know what a healthy heterosexual male attitude is anymore.
Exactly. It's not mongering. It's not mongering. Like, I mean, in my younger days, I was on the prowl. How is that mongering? And the women understood that, oh, he's on the prowl. The question is, am I attracted to him or not? That's it. It wasn't a big deal. I wasn't made to feel like I'm doing something perverted by being attracted to an attractive woman. But whatever going on now, is regarded. I'm gonna say regarded.
Well, you showed that Bell Hooks clip, and then you showed who she really is as a person, and it explains a lot. As much as these women like to complain, see, this is the thing that I really hate about these conversations, that nobody complains about a man being a financial object. No one complains about a man being broke and not getting sexual access. No one has a problem with that. But when women are put to the test and say that you're a beauty object, and that the most productive men and the men with the most options have the highest standards for beauty, now we have a problem. And I'm gonna keep throwing that back in their face. When they get swiped left on, it's a problem. But when men who are short get swiped on, you don't come to me talking about it. I wish some dude that was under 5'5" will come into my mouth. I'm tired of not getting women. That's not my problem, bro. You're gonna have to figure it out for yourself. That's what the average man would tell his buddy if he came up to him like, man, I'm tired of getting, this. Keep going. You know what his guy's gonna tell him? Keep shooting, bro. Just keep shooting.
It wouldn't be a social issue, Yeah, I would actually feel bad if the short homie actually had that problem. I will say that I met some short dudes that slayed.
Now, I don't have no problem telling them to kick rocks, because I know, just like you just said, I know a lot of dudes that are short that be knocking them down.
Oh, but will I say it's a social issue because you're short? No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. I can't quantify something like that, but when everything else is on point, including things like charisma, it doesn't really harm you that much. Yeah, there are women who say that they'll never mess with like a short dude, but if Michael B. Jordan turned out to be 5 foot, whatever,
Yeah, she going.
Exactly. And same with Idris Elba. I mean, because like, don't get me wrong, I think that nigga's like 6'4" or something like that. But but I know that's Chantel Simone's crush. And I know she would still crush on him if he was like 5'6" or some crap like that.
But how much can you really? But see, again, man, I've seen enough from women to know that if you're just talking to them as a man, that they're not fucking, you're not getting the true story, bro. Like, they'll say anything. I done seen so many scenarios where I've run into guys I know and we found out we were with the same woman and our personalities are so different.
Yeah.
We don't look nothing alike. We have different careers. We look different. And we come to find out we was knocking the same woman. So I guess maybe it's a regional thing, but I definitely know out here, these women have no problems jumping from the bed of a lawyer to the bed of a janitor to the bed of an unemployed dude to an athlete's bed, all in the same matter of, a week or two. They have no problem with that.
Good point.
If that's what they want to do.
Whatever tickles their fancy at that time. Now, I will, but the thing is that we don't make it a social issue. We don't turn Obsidian does, but but we don't turn our individual concerns to social concerns, which is what she's doing.
Well, maybe that's what it is. Because they believe that because the state has stepped in, started with mommy and daddy, doing everything they want. Then it went from, simp boyfriends, and now they're adults, and the state has, played the role of daddy as well. And it's like they believe that coming in these social media spaces and complaining, the state's gonna produce this guy, but the state can't do that. In fact, the state has challenges to like trying to shrink the state. So there is no situation where the state is gonna present them this man unless they're talking about like a sex doll. I think that might be something that we should invest in, is sex dolls, because I think a lot of these women are going to be demanding like some kind of male sex robots, because those are the only kind of being that would be with them at this point. Again, you saw the white Karen dude that went out there. He wasn't trying to check for no cheeks. He was trying to get them arrested. So it might be time to invest in some of these sex robots for these women, because a lot of them, that's what they're going to be left with, because that's going to be the only male energy they're going to be able to get. Because regular people, regular dudes, they're not really willing to deal with the mouth no more. They're not willing to deal with the fatness anymore. And this whole body positivity thing with the bad hygiene, this shit got to stop, man.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the toys they have now is enough. I'm curious about that.
It's not enough, bro. It's not. I think that there's something about women that they lose something without masculine frame. And the reason I say this is because, when they get rid of the men in these lesbian relationships, why is it that now all the stats are showing that when you remove the men from these relationships, they just become these abusive relationships, the highest rate in the country? Lesbians have the highest rate of abuse for a reason. So I think that even though
I thought it's because you can. I just assume that it's because they can. Like most lesbian neighbors I had when I was in apartment buildings, they were violent. In fact, I think it's like 100% that I know of that were violent. I just assumed that it was because they could, meaning that there isn't the apprehension that that people have in transgender fights. We as men are taught by birth, as we should be, that you should have a certain amount of respect for the physical difference, not to hit a woman, this, and this, and and women should be taught that he might not have been taught that, so don't fuck around. Like, they should be taught that you do not want to catch a full-grown man who hasn't been taught not to beat the shit out of you. So don't take the first punch. They should teach you that, because like how professional MMA fighters and boxers are registered, their hands are registered weapons.
Yes.
However, we as men know not to test their resolve. We don't just go around hitting them, thinking that might not stop them from retaliating. Yeah. Or with the hope. So that causes like apprehension between the genders. Now with them, as well as G-Hey men, I just assume that it's no holds barred. It
does seem to be what it is, though, because I mean the records do prove that is what it is. But I think that something happens to these women when there's no male presence, man. Even if it's just one man. That's why in other cultures it's always been popular to have harems of women, because I think that just kind of like when a kid when a little young child is becoming accustomed to being around adults, and the reaction that you see even in a little baby when a male voice comes around. To me, I think that's something that never changes. That's just me. I think that there's something about a man's presence, a masculine man, a strong man, that balances the equation between the sexes, that I think that in nature, it's there for a reason, and it's been successful for millions of years. And when you try to re-engineer this balancing act with nature, you're going to get a lot of unnatural consequences. And I think that's what we're seeing. We're seeing a woman who claims that she's at the top of the chart, intellectually. She has status, working somewhere in the psychology world, but again, she looks miserable to me.
Mm-hmm. She is miserable. She is miserable. As much as they try to pretend like they don't need a man, they do. They do, for psychological reasons, for physical reasons, and really just for stability and structure. They do need that. At least she realizes it, as confused as she is. Mm-hmm. She's confused about it. Like, it's murky, but she does realize it. Now, you said something I wanted to, this is a quick rabbit hole, quick segue. But to all of you hoteps that talk about slavery this, slavery that, slavery, shut your ass up. You weren't the first people to be slaved. And believe it or not, there are people that had it worse, okay? There are people that had it worse collectively. Their collective experience was worse. You know, imagine you Chinese, and then somebody says, I need you. Imagine you the one that laid the first brick. And then you like, okay, when are we going to be done with this? Never. You're building it forever. It's going to continue to go forever and ever and ever. And when you die, you're going to die fucking here. And we're going to bury you next to it. Motherfucker. Pyramid style. What the fuck? Like, there's worse things. And you mentioned a harem. Imagine standing around guarding a bunch of beautiful women with no dick. Huh? I bet you wish you was picking cotton in. You are standing there with no dick listening to a man fuck 20 beautiful women. That's your life. That is what you do. You are standing there dickless, making sure nobody else fuck. That is but him while watching him fuck. That is your life.
And by force too.
Yeah, exactly.
Because those eunuchs were actually forced to that situation. So imagine that now you were forced into that situation. Man, yeah, some people definitely got it worse.
Yeah. So yeah, cotton don't seem too bad when that happens.
And then again, I mean, they always talking about this slave thing, man. And I'm like, bro, those women were easier to deal with than you are. So even if you want to bring up the great-great-grandmothers of slavery, they were fitter than you are. They were probably nicer than you were. And they didn't have a problem finding a man. In fact, they were the most fittest women probably of any generation of black women. Out there in the sun, tanned up, fit, no body fat. And they only had so much time. So when they got it in, they got it in. So I actually would rather trade those women. I'd rather start off with a slave woman, bring her into 2022, and send those bitches back to the slavery time, because I'd have an easier time dealing with a slave broad than these bitches.
Well, you know something? Talk for a second. I'm gonna see if I could find my copy of a diary of a slave girl, because this is actually comes from a female slave. Oh, okay. And I know you don't like her because she wound up with a white dude. You know, we read King Simon and I, we read the same stuff.
I know you talking about Harriet Jacobs' story.
Yeah, I'm talking about Harriet Jacobs' story. Exactly.
Yeah, I hated that story. Yeah, you're right about it. I hate it. Oh, I ain't gonna say nothing.
No, but listen, look at the details. I know you don't like the ending, but look at the details of it. First of all, look at how much reverence she gave to her father.
Okay, well, get the book. I'll share that link while you look for the book with the audience, so we could talk about the thing that you were asking about, the femcel shooter.
Okay. All right. Hold on.
So for the audience, I'm gonna try to bring it up for you guys that didn't know about it, because GC said he didn't know about it. So let me see.
Hello? Hello, Sigma? Hello?
Can the audience, well, yeah, I'm showing the audience a clip. Hopefully they can see it. Can you see it, GC?
Oh, yeah. Well, it's not on the screen yet. Let me bring it up. All right.
It should be on the screen. But yeah, so this is like Atlanta shooting. Everything we know so far about suspect Raisa Kinjani and the 3 victims. It says that while police are still investigating the shooter's motives, social media posts and a lawsuit apparently filed by the suspect may offer clues. So yeah, and the situation happened in Midtown Atlanta like 2 days ago. And this wasn't no broke chick. She really fits in the class of the women that you were showing that are therapists. She would be probably out at happy hour with those same females, right? So that's what made that story stand out to me, is that this woman seems to have it all. They've been told that as long as you have a career and you have a good paying job, you got it all. But then, something goes wrong at work. She probably don't got a dude at home to talk to, because, as men and women, having someone to talk to at home helps diffuse a lot of the shit we deal with in the workplace and our other parts of our life, right? And for this female, there hasn't been any mention of her having a husband. When she was trying to flee the country, it looked like, because they caught her at the airport, there was no man with her. So we're going to assume until otherwise that she was single. And when we say single with a modern female, that doesn't mean they're not sexually active. It just means that she don't got no man that's around on a regular basis. That diffuses a lot of the drama in the life of a female. So I have to wonder, if she had a quality man in her life, would she really be out here as one of the mass shooter, becoming the face of female mass shooting? I don't think so.
Exactly. That's not something happy people do. All right. So incidents in the life of a slave girl, right? This is how she speaks about her father. It says, I was born a slave, but I never knew it till I was 6 years old. Of happy childhood had passed away. My father was a carpenter and considered so intelligent and skillful in his trade that when building out of the common line were to be erected, when buildings out of the common line were to be erected, he was sent from far long distance to be head workman, on conditions of paying his mistress $200 a year and supporting himself. He was allowed to work his trade and manage his own affairs. So, and she also speaks later about how, it's nothing really wrong with the black man. The black man is not inferior. It's just he's in inferior circumstances. I'm paraphrasing, but that's how. So this is a slave writing about black men, and she's not on some beta male coon stuff. So, even with everything that is going on, she does seem better than a lot of the modern chicks.
Do you want to share another part of the story, or are you not really wanting to share too much? Because I got a part of that story that I think that the audience might like. Or do you?
No, what chapter?
The part where it talks about how she lived in a hole for multiple years.
Well, that spans chapters. That's really, she's Anne Frank in that regard. That's a large portion.
Crazy,
but she did it, just so y'all know, she did it because she didn't want to sleep with a white dude.
Yes.
Which,
when she actually was able to choose, she was talking about her right to choose, because she actually ended up getting with a white dude, the one that was bringing her food and looking out for her family while she was living in the hole. That story is wild from that standpoint, man, just from the standpoint of like how long she lived in that hole and how she couldn't walk straight, ever again because, of the lack of space. But she went through that. And even as a woman that was, quote unquote, had no choices, she still refused to do certain things with men that she didn't want to, because even then she felt like she had rights. So a lot of these women that are out here are definitely doing what they want to do, even in a time like slavery. So even now, when people want to act like these women don't know what they're doing or why they're doing it, you foolish. Even a slave woman like Harriet Jacobs, she still even had choices. Now, she didn't have much choice, but she still had some choice. So if a woman in her condition had choices, why does everyone want to run around here acting like these women are just, they don't have choice, they don't know what they're doing? They know exactly what they're doing. What they don't like, they don't like the consequences of the choices that they're making. And that's why we're here.
Well, okay. I'll give a little pushback on the Harriet Jacob thing, in the sense that I think that and this applies to black men too, there's a difference between people who are born into slavery and indoctrinated with it indefinitely, and everything that we, all of the slave turned authors turned free men and women turned authors, they all have one thing in common, and that was that they were born either free or like Harriet Jacob and Frederick Douglass. They were born in an extraordinarily privileged situation in slavery and forced to take a step down, and they refused. So I think once you taste a certain level of freedom, you can't go back. Now,
absolutely.
And how does this apply to the black man dealing in this matrix of this matriarchal system that we live in? A lot of us was born into it. We had a matriarchal minded mother who raised you to be a slave to your future fat black wife. We were raised into that situation. They never had a taste of freedom. And once you do, you can't really go back. I think that more than anything is what modern black women fear. That's why they come, at the passport bros so hard.
Exactly.
Because you get that taste. This woman had a taste of it. She said she was 6 years old, and there's a passage here. I'm not going to read the whole chapter looking for it, but there's a passage here, and you probably remember it, where her father straight up said to her, her slave father said to her like this: if I call you and master calls you, you come to me first. He straight up told her that, plain and simple. So somebody like that cannot rightly go back. And her brother even fought against it. Something fierce too. Like they don't want you, fellas. Listen, they don't want you to taste freedom, right? They don't want you to feel, they just don't want you to taste that sweet nectar. They don't want you to have that feeling of a woman who, you take a shower and then, you step out and she's waiting there with a towel. It's like, oh man,
I mean, it's like being a virgin and getting your first taste. And can you really go back to being in a virginal mind? I don't think so. After you got
I wish I could, so I could experience that first taste again.
Right. It seems like it goes downhill from there. That was the peak. But like you said, that's why the slave comparison is good when it comes to this issue that seems to be going on between black men and a lot of black women out here, is that once a black man feels what it's like to have a standard, it's going to be very hard back to go below that standard. That's why when they try to use this little straw man argument of, most of y'all can't go. I think you played that clip too with the fat mammy, and she was talking about how these men with child support can't travel. You played that clip, right?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. So in that clip, that tells you the mind state, because she's so silly and so programmed by that the plantation. She doesn't know that the majority of black men don't have kids, one, and that those that travel, they are a small group anyway. But the very fact that they try to make this argument that the 80% of you can't travel, which is a lie, but they make that argument. So basically, now that they know that they lost the 20% of black men because they've had that experience, they have those options, there ain't no pulling them back into nothing. You're not going to be able to use shame and tactics, guilt, because they're gone. So what they're doing now, I noticed that they're focusing their attack on that other 80% of black men, and they're saying things like they got child support or they can't afford to go. But here's what I would say to that. The question becomes, how, even with that 80% that can't afford the lifestyle of 20%, what happens when they take even just 3 or 4 trips out of the country, even if it's just for less than a couple weeks? Here's what they have a problem with. Those same men, when they come back, even they have raised their standards.
Exactly. I mean, all you need is a taste of it. Like Harriet Jacob, all you need is a taste of it. It doesn't take much. I know brothers, but on the East Coast, it's like $300. Like, like Pablo, he drives Uber on the side. Like, just, and that's if you want to go to one of the islands, of course. You're closer. It costs more for me. But just a taste of it, and you'll see. And before Harriet Jacob even got with her the person she died with, her husband later on, she just refused to accept less. And that's the mentality. It's not that these guys will actually consider something else. It's just that they'll look at it differently. They'll look at their options, their domestic options different. There was a dude from Florida. And when I talk about Florida, I'm talking about not Miami, Florida, right? who he's in software too, and he came out here to work. And he told me we was walking down the street, and he said where I come from, and it was this overweight light-skinned chick, right? She looked to be about maybe like 210. He said where I come from, not Miami, Florida, that's what he called it, brothers would stampede over you to get to her. And I was like, what? You serious? I was like, they won't even give me a moment to get out the way, because I'm not running with those. I was like, hey, y'all can have that. You know, it was just a overweight light-skinned chick walking across the street by herself with a wig on, and he was like, they would stampede to get to her. I was like, oh, that's so wild.
That's sad, bro.
But then get this. He told me that he used to be like that when he first got here.
Okay.
And then one day he was with a big chick and he just threw up. He threw up on her. And he never did no crap like that again.
Good for him.
Like, once you start to get a reasonable taste, because apparently it comes from a place in this world, not Miami, Florida, where they all like that.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, it definitely ain't on South Beach, because South Beach, they up there with, you know, they got more dimes than South Beach. The only one that got more than them is probably New York and LA.
Yeah. The place he described, he said he is from not Miami, Florida, or whatever the fuck that means.
That dude is from Plantation, Florida, probably.
Probably some shit like that. But he couldn't do it. He said he couldn't do it anymore. Like, you know, once you get a taste, you cannot go back. It's that analogy that that the fictitious Elijah Muhammad did on the movie Malcolm X. Didn't really happen in the book, but still applicable. When he showed the dirty water, you know, he poured ink in it, and then he showed the clean water. He was like, listen, if you don't give people a choice, they'll drink the dirty water. But if you give people a choice, they will drink the cleanest water available to them.
Facts.
And that's the thing. They try to isolate you from reasonable choice.
And isolation. Thank you. I hope that you're going to have to get into that more. Because while we're talking about all this therapy stuff on this stream, that word just used, isolation. Now, the feminists are strange. They complain about the passport bros, but they talk about isolation when it comes to abuse, domestic abuse, and you just pointed out right there. That's what they're doing to these black men that they actually have influence over. They want to keep them isolated. That's a form of abuse. Even they recognize that it's a form of abuse, but immediately, the mammy that you showed in the clip, she was quick to abuse these men. She was talking to them about not being in the tribe because of child support and telling them you should accept these options. She was trying to make it a normal thing through a viral video to keep black men isolated as if that's a good thing. And it reminded me of slave plantations. Because again, we know from the same slave narratives that you read that there were people that were trying to free slaves that were black. They were always trying to save everybody else. And that's why so many slave rebellions, that's why so many escapes were foiled, was because there has always been a majority of blacks that are okay with the slave condition. And that's why we have this isolation as a norm when it's actually a system of abuse. You know what? So when you go after the passport bros, when you go after men exploring their options, you are an abuser. And we need to start calling these people out for what they are. They're abusers, and they are actually comfortable with the slave condition.
Well, they go after passport bros the way that a slave master would go after like a journeyman or something, or a slave that was sent to the north to run an errand and, you know, forced to come back. They don't like the concept of it because, you know, they're in places like Boston, he'll see certain things. For example, what's her name? You know, the chick who was Jefferson's whore, which I really think that they were.
Sally Hemings.
Sally Hemings, thank you. Sally Hemings went to France. And so did her brother. And their mindset changed. They were slaves, and technically, because Thomas Jefferson was an ambassador, it's considered American territory. They were still slaves, but something about being in a free place and seeing free men changed their perspective. You know, like you can't see it and not want it. You can't.
Well, they knew it though. I mean, even Thomas Jefferson himself, when you read what was his book that he wrote, the bio Notes on Virginia or something like that, because he's so forthright in that book. He tells you. Yeah, can you hear me?
My bad. My thing came unplugged. What you said? Last thing I heard was Notes on Virginia.
When you mentioned the fact that you know how you get that first step into freedom kind of thing. Thomas Jefferson talked about that in his book because Virginia was big on breaking, on buck breaking and slave making. They had a whole system and a culture of it, and he wrote about it. And they were very clear: you cannot, under any circumstances, allow these black slaves to be able to read, because he was speaking to that taste of freedom that you talked about. So he understood that. And every time that some white couple allowed one of their slaves to read, that slave they could not be a slave any longer. And that's
exactly.
So today we have a modern day overcoming of the slave trade of the modern era, which is controlling black man's options. That's the new slavery. The new slavery is black men breaking free from this arbitrary state of controlled options on this plantation. And they are definitely reacting like slave masters. And you have this group of black women and black men who try to intellectualize the system that they are contributing to, the same way that slaveholders like Thomas Jefferson and all the other guys that decided to own slaves back then, they tried to intellectualize it, but they really have one result: control. And these slave makers of today, they just want control over your life and your options.
Nah, facts. Like all that is facts. You know, I mean, it's a shame that so many brothers are mentally controlled to where, you know, they're doing that too. But then again, there are some people who, even during slavery, who saw individual advantages in it.
Exactly.
You know? So, you know, they're going to exist, but there are better circumstances. Just open your perspective. That's all. You know, whether, you know, just like they did, once you open your perspective, because that's what literacy does for a person. Especially in those times, it gives you a view into a different perspective. You know, I mean, God forbid they ever taught a slave to read, and then master had a book about Spartacus laying around. Like, you know.
See, to me, my favorite historical person of any group, of any race, has always been Frederick Douglass.
Oh, no, he's an amazing human being. Like, hey, if y'all haven't, read the autobiography of Frederick Douglass.
Yeah, man, he's just, to me, just when you think about Frederick Douglass, to me, he's like the most.
He was almost vice president. He was born a slave and was almost vice president.
He was supposed to be governor of Texas. A lot of people forget this fact that Frederick Douglass, the radical Republicans, were going to make him a black governor of Texas when they were going to ship the slaves to Texas. When the slaves were free, there was all these conversations with Lincoln and the radical Republicans, but the moderate conservative Republicans didn't want to make the deal. That's how he ended up becoming an ambassador in Haiti, was because eventually all that land that is now Texas was supposed to go to the freedmen, because the South didn't want them if they weren't going to be slaves, and the North didn't want them because they didn't want any race mixing there. But at that time, the Wild Wild West was out there, and they actually had set aside Texas, but they voted against it. But he was going to be the black governor too. But what fascinated me about Frederick Douglass is not just his rise from a slave to becoming a statesman and all that. It was the fact that he took the little bit of knowledge that white woman gave him, and it just lit a fire in his soul, bro. And I recognize that same thing.
And she took it back. It's weird how in depth he went to her psychology when she took it back.
Like, well, she had no choice though. Her white.
But he said that she actually became crueler than the masters who forced her to do that.
Yeah, because he was putting foot to ass. Her husband put foot to ass.
Yeah, but she became worse than the husband. It was a very weird psychological thing going on there. And also he talked about how it made white men cowardly. Oh, for those of you who don't know, he did literally whip his own masters or his own overseers.
Yeah, he put them hands on him. He put hands on him.
So,
Frederick Douglass, that's he said, because it was like the knowledge. First he had the knowledge and he knew he couldn't be a slave. But when he actually whipped his master's ass, he said, nah, I'm out of here. I got to go. But when you speak to that whole thing with the cruelty of the wife after the husband whooped her, I believe that, and I'll get your take on this, but I've always believed that her cruelty after that came from the fact that she felt like a slave after that, because she felt like, okay, I'm supposed to be equal to this white man, even though it was the Victorian age and all that antebellum. But I think in her mind, she saw herself as equal to her husband. But being during that time, her husband checked her like, no, you're not equal to me. And remember, there were certain laws in place that they had a lot of protection of whites back then, but there were laws that a white person could be like executed for things like that. That was a serious crime.
Well, okay, so the way he writes it, I think it was something that's in humans' nature that that's unavoidable. At least this is how I interpreted it. That's very complex and unavoidable, and that is that once you introduce a certain racialization to somebody that justifies the immorality, then that justification is used for future immoralities. Does that make sense?
Could you repeat that?
Okay, so yeah, because it's hard, but once you introduce a sound justification for an immoral act to someone, then they can use that justification for future immoralities. So say you put in a position to where you have to kill someone.
Yes.
And it's justified. But then you use that justification and to kill again and again and again.
I get what you're saying. They got a taste for a certain thing, and now that taste is there, and they got to keep satisfying that taste later on, even though the later justification is not moral. It's actually immoral, but that little taste of it, the possibility that it could be moral, makes them, reach further and further and take more of a mile.
Exactly. And I think that's more than anything is what he was describing, the white mistress, her behavior towards that, or maybe she was being overly protective because the master threatened Frederick.
Yes.
Not so she was like, okay, I'm going to protect him at all costs, and I'll beat him before he beats him.
That's a good interpretation. That's a good interpretation, actually. That you're saying that it's possible that it was more of an act to stop the cruelty of the white man over that. That makes sense, though.
Yeah,
I could see that. So that's why, to me, he's my favorite figure, just for many reasons. But again, when we're talking about the consequences of the current sexual marketplace, this is not something that has ever been seen in modern history, with black men having this ability to not only go overseas, because it seems like there's all this focus overseas, but the truth is they don't want black men going anywhere but within their single mother households. Let's be honest. It's not even just about overseas. They're using that as a punching bag right now. But the truth is they want black men under their control. They don't want you in your own city dating Maria. They don't want you getting with Ling Ling and all that. That's really what it's about. So they're taking the extreme example, even though only less than 10% of black men are going to be able to do the passport life. Because again, traveling doesn't make you a passport bro. Passport bros have embraced the lifestyle, and they don't want anything to do with American women. When you hear the dudes that are really true to that passport thing, they make it clear that they either don't date American women or they rarely do. So that, to me, is the bar, is that, like, I can't be a passport bro, even though I have my passport, even though I've traveled overseas and I'm going to be going back overseas. Even if I stayed there for a year, I still wouldn't be a passport bro, because I'm still going to come back and fuck American women when I get back. Because me
too. I would never eliminate it as an option.
Yes, because I look at that as a negative. To me, no man should ever, under any circumstances, shrink his dating pool. And I guess maybe that makes me like more of a global citizen. But to me, the woman that's over in Bangkok, the woman in New York, the woman in Atlanta, they all the same to me. The only difference is who's saying yes and who's saying no. That's the only thing I care about. Who's going?
Like, you're not going to turn down that bartender because,
No, I'm not turning it down here or there. No.
Yeah, exactly. No, like,
passport bros do, though.
Listen, look, if you find a strawberry in the wild, then eat it. There's nothing wrong with that. But don't make the wild, don't make the inner city neighborhoods the only place that you can go to for strawberries. That is wild, Like, hey, if you find a strawberry in a place that it naturally doesn't grow, then by all means eat it. I like strawberries. but you know, if you want strawberries, then you go to the store. Like that's just what you do. You go to the farmer's market.
But that's why they use the Passport Bros as a punching bag, even though everything we're saying is true. They figure if we can go after the most free black men, then it's going to be much easier. It's going to be like a trickle down effect, right? Mm-hmm. So it's like a Pavlovian dog kind of thing, is that if the alpha male dog is abused, then the beta male dogs and the other dogs will automatically not want to go, you know, and do what the alpha was doing, because they feel like, well, they were beaten down, we're going to be beaten down too. So that's why they're going so strong after the Passport Bros, because they're the freest of all black men in exploring their options and going other places. So if they feel like if we can just beat them down, that's going to have a trickle down effect on the domestic black men. So that's what's going on right now.
And it's an extreme.
Yeah.
You know, they can't avoid the embarrassment of the extreme. Listen, if you have a burger place in the neighborhood, and there's a burger place right next to it, and I go to that one and not yours, you could be like, okay, he just has a taste for this particular burger. You know, it's kind of embarrassing, but that's okay. However, if he travels 20 miles to get a burger, then that really says something about your burger. It really does.
Real talk. Yeah, and that's what they're starting to see. Like, but I know you're like the king of the pick-me's, and maybe you saw this clip that went viral. There was a pick-me. Mm-hmm. And she was talking about, this was an American black woman from Atlanta, she said, but she had been down to Jamaica recently. And mm-hmm. she went viral like this week because she said that you need to start taking these Passport Bros demands serious. She was talking to other women, and she was saying, because when she was down there in Jamaica, every black man that she saw was with a non-black woman, even though she was in Jamaica. And she came back and she was like, she did a little TikTok and it went viral. And of course, like the anti-black male contingents attacked her for telling them that, hey, these black men are serious. We're not just doing rhetoric. She said even in Jamaica, a black heartland, everybody she saw was mixed. All the black men were with women of other races, she said. She just got back. And she's from Atlanta. And they got angry at her about that.
Okay, they should be worried, but for a different reason. Because what I think that she's seen was, and I've seen this too, was international women sex touring Jamaican men, which I don't think that men should be used in that way, but I've never been that level of poverty. The person who, my real estate agent was a Jamaican man, or still is, but I'm not going to judge them. I will say that it's not for me, but women do, particularly European women and white American women, they do sex tour men in Africa and in Jamaica. That's a real thing.
Oh yeah.
Was she under the impression that what she was seeing was African American men bringing their white lovers to Jamaica? Or
from what I could get from the video, it wasn't so much that. It was just that she was basically just saying to all these American women that these men will choose a different race of woman. So she was just speaking to the fact that it was obvious that these women looked better to those men, and that the black woman was becoming obsolete as an option. Because from the way it sounded, from listening to her, she kind of felt like the men weren't looking at her. You know, that's what it sounded like, that she was seeing that this is the sexual marketplace competition, and they were out competing even a woman like her. So she was coming back here and saying that these are men that live in America that are coming to these places, and when they're there, they don't want to deal with no American black woman. That's what she said herself. So
okay. So she's seeing something different, because I do know that people that white women do that, and they do that throughout the black diaspora.
They do.
Yeah, but I didn't know that that's what was going on too. So she's saying that black men on vacation go to islands of black women and pick white women who are also there as tourists.
Or, I mean, she could have been just talking about American black women, but she made it clear that American black women better get their shit together. And it's just sad, because you being like the king of the pick-me's, and I could kind of see that there's like this thing that goes on in this culture now where it's a sport to hate black men. I mean, it's gotten to the level of a sport where if a woman tells these women anything that goes against the sisterhood narrative, they're trying to cancel this woman. They're attacking this woman. They're doxing this woman for just simply saying, be the best version of yourself for the black men that like you or love you. But they're like, nah, ain't no situation where we're going to raise our standards because they believe they don't have to compete.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? Like, and I think what I'm saying is that
increase their quality. Yeah, they increase their quality and adjust their standards to something reasonable. They're not going to do that. You're right.
They don't want. Yeah, they don't want to do that. So I just think that there's going to be more of it. But keep this thing going. What you're doing, bro.
Well,
I like.
Well, right quick before you go, because I'm about to go to 6 minutes. The thing that they should fear most is that the desirability factor can't be ignored. Like the women are traveling for black dick, for black male companionship.
Yeah,
that really says something about that, about the desirability that we have internationally. That's something that, much like the feeling of freedom that Thomas Jefferson wanted to hide from his slaves, that they want to hide from black men.
But they don't hide it from them. But they don't hide it from their daughters. They don't hide it from their female cousins because, like you were mentioning earlier, they're into that whole rent a dread, how Stella got her groove back culture heavy. And I think a lot of the pushback from those women is that, oh shit, these black men have discovered that they're free. They've discovered that there's like 300 nations out there and they're about to start exploring, and they're just shook, bro, because they've been doing it. It's like someone that's an abuser when the person actually figures out that they're being abused. And now they're upset because the person that was being abused said, I'm leaving this relationship. That's what we have. That's why I feel like you got to call them what they are. Because see, like the psychology that you highlighted earlier and her losing her job and all that, that's how you have to go after them. You have to start calling them what they are: abusers, racist. See, they can't deal with that because that's the language that they use to shame other people. But when you turn on them, they don't have a defense for it because they're not prepared that they are the victim and you are the perpetrator. But the fact is, we have to start calling them abusers and racists.
Yeah, because that's essentially what they are. I mean, what she said was black man specific. A lot of the stuff that she said was black man specific, and it's a race and a gender issue that basically they feel that they're like those people who feel that that black people can't be racist.
Right.
It's the logic behind that is extremely flawed. I do understand it in certain circumstances when they talk about a power dynamic. However, people a black man can have individual power over a white man, and can be racist in that regard. I mean, now racism is far more dangerous were it to spread amongst white Americans, considering the gravity of their power.
Yes.
Nevertheless,
they're low grade racists. Just like, if you go to an energy source, there's different levels of power, and that's why I call them racist. And I don't buy the power argument that they try to use to sway you, because not everyone has 100% power. You have 1% power, and they have power more in a shaming way, in a way of trying to sway public opinion. They don't have the power of action that the white majority may have, but they have a certain level of power in swaying public opinion. And that's the power that has to be attacked. So what if they only have 1% or 2% power? It needs to be attacked. You are a racist on the spectrum of racism. It's just that their magnitude is only 2%, and that's what they're doing. There's misandry and racism against black men.
Exactly.
And they've normalized it, and we have to get rid of that. But,
it's the mindset, not the magnitude. Like Will Smith smacks Chris Rock, and Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson punches Chris Rock. Now, one of them has far greater magnitude, but the sentiment is the same. Like it's both of these things are assault. So you want to
hurt the person.
Yeah, exactly. You want to hurt and humiliate the person.
Yeah, and that's what they're doing, and they don't know that the world is watching. I don't understand how you can go on these social media airwaves and not know the world is watching you. You're doing this in front of millions of people now. They're not looking at black men with the side eye. They're actually starting to become more and more sympathetic. That's why I say let them keep talking. Every time a therapist comes out there doing that misandry, every time one of these black females decides to become a mass shooter, they're actually saying, hey, that whole color purple thing was a lie.
Yeah.
These black men are the most easy to talk to, easiest to approach, hardest working in the context of getting the least amount of sympathy and rewards from society. And I think that's what's going to rebalance the scales in the favor of black men going forward, because people are starting to see that we get the most taken from us in this society, but we get the least reward in this society, and we're still functioning and pushing forward. They can't hold that wave back, man.
Agreed. And poverty isn't necessarily a deterrent, because why are white women traveling to poor black countries for dick? Let me say this. Thanks for the Cash App, Mr. C. I know you sent it a while ago, so I'll put it in my community tab. I appreciate the $20 Cash App, brother, Mr. C. Ian, what's on your mind?
What's going on? Yeah, man. I think part of the aspect that we actually also have to focus on is that part of the reason that they're afraid that black men are going to leave the plantation, because they used to call it drapetomania, right? You know, where they had this psychological actual coin phrase and description of slaves who left the plantation, you know, that they were somehow crazy. So, but part of the reason that black women are afraid of black men leaving the plantation, whether they're going overseas or whether they're staying here and not necessarily associating with black women, is that there's a financial incentive, right? And the financial incentive means that in order for BLM to get the millions of dollars that they got, right? They had to use what? They had to use the experience and the deaths of black men, right? So take away black men, you know, from the conversation of oppression, right? If you take away black men out of that conversation with black women, they have nothing to stand on because they're not being oppressed. So that is actually the larger impetus for black women, especially educated black women, to make sure we stay on the plantation, is that no longer will they be able to call racism and oppression, right? When they're trying to make their way in a kind of a social hypergamous way, right? Up the ladder of success, because that's how most of them have made it up the ladder, is that a lot of companies will overlook a lot of the things that they do, even though they're not desirable employees and such, is that they're afraid of lawsuits and the laws that are on the book. But again, if you leave them to their own devices and you don't factor in the black male, right, they have nothing to stand on. The white people are going to look at them like, yo, we gave you guys everything for decades. You can't say that you're oppressed because you were right there with white women saying that you guys are one and the same. How are you depressed? The black man is the only one who's been on his own since the beginning. You have been an honorary white woman ever since you guys were had your black feminist conferences, you know, over a century ago, right? So again, they need to keep us in the conversation of oppression in relationships, because they need us to justify, you know, their ability to call racism when they want to grab the balls of white corporate America. I'll land there. Yeah.
No, I mean, definitely they do look at black men as a resource, an easily malleable resource, meaning that we're easily manipulated because of our upbringing. We were raised to be manipulated, and that's why we was using the slave analogy earlier. So they do see us that way, and if they can manipulate us into profiteering from our lives, in the sense that they're attracted to, you know, Pookie Ray Ray at a younger age because that's fast money. Don't really care what happens to him in the end. You know, it sickens me when I seen that scene from The Wire where the dude Cuddy went to jail for 15 years. You know, and when he got out, you know, the chick he was with at the time was like a teacher and stuff, and he was like, man, looking at you hurts. And she was like, it's better to not look. I was like, damn. You wasn't saying that when you just had this big ass nigga just knocking dudes out for your honor while he was, you know, spending drug money on you. You wasn't saying that then. So you completely exploited him physically and financially, and then you just squared up. And
well, you know, it's not even the girlfriend.
Right quick. Where he didn't square up. And you're right, it's not just a girlfriend, you know.
It's the mother too.
Even though I had to sell rocks, it felt good putting money in your mailbox. Hey, shout out to the late great Tupac. It's like, you know, when I was young, me and my mom's had beef, 17 years old, kicked out on the street. Like, wait. She kicked you out, but you still putting money in her mailbox? Explain that to me. Explain me that.
Right.
Hey, explain me that one, because that one was like, wait a minute. She kicked you out, a minor, and you put money in her mailbox.
Right. That's the propaganda. That's the brainwashing. You know?
Exactly.
You know, we can't do without her. We think.
And he was very young when he passed, 24. And
okay.
You know, it's but no, had he continued his life towards that trajectory, he was already seeing Quincy Jones' daughter, who's mixed, but you know, he definitely would have gotten a different perspective and, like, you know, something, because he's a very smart dude, but he would have realized that this is not the way it should be. I should not have this blind loyalty, devotion, and commitment to someone who's not, with no reciprocity. He would have realized that. But I'm 5 minutes over. I'm about to head over to Chantel Simone. I'm gonna be in the clouds. I'm be in the clouds.
Okay.
In the chat room.
Yeah, man. This was I mean, this was a good show. I mean, you know, and I'm a mod for Dr. Tiasan Johnson and Kosher Clinician and a couple other people. But I was telling him he needs to do a show on this psychological aspect, the drapetomania, the protest psychosis. Look up that book where they tried to claim schizophrenia when black men started standing up for themselves. A story where a black man standing up for himself, he was taken to a mental hospital, right? And so this is so this became a thing. Black men standing up for themselves, they must have this schizophrenia, because on one hand they were accepting it before, now they're not putting up with it. They must be crazy. And so this is what these black female psychologists are essentially trying to diagnose us as being schizophrenic. Why are you guys all of a sudden having a problem with black women?
Yeah, they also told stories of, you know, the slaves that went to the north and starved to death, you know, and things like that. So it's very similar. I agree. It's very similar. Send me the story about the details on the actual clinical type of diagnosis.
Okay.
And we'll go from there. So Zone said, no movie night tonight. No, movie night is going to be next Thursday. And this time I will put it in my description on my Instagram. The movie is going to be The Weatherman.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So So stay tuned for that. But do you have any last words?
Yeah, man. The point is that we have to understand is that the male is the signature and the beacon of freedom, right? So essentially what overall, even what white supremacy is using black women to do, essentially, they're trying to destroy masculinity, because anywhere in the world, if you have men who are masculine, that they're always a threat to, you know, fascism and government authority, you know, overreaching authority. So that's essentially what they want, a world where you don't have this masculine aspect to make sure that the powers that be always stay in power. And the black women are just a part of that, because you have the one study in Kenya that and you may not know about that, where they try to make a correlation between terrorism, black Kenyan terrorists, right, and masculinity. They're essentially saying that, you know, growing up with a father in the home actually makes you more prone to be a terrorist, and that's madness.
I would say Kenyans are stupid if they weren't smart, but I will say this: they are easily influenced by the West. I do know that there was a president that put freedom of religion over that, and he specifically said we are not Americans when he continued to allow polygamy in the laws. But you know,
you talking about Jomo Kenyatta?
That's the name. Okay.
I think so, because he was the one responsible for the Mau Mau that they were able to get the overthrow the British in their country. But in his book Facing Mount Kenya, he talks about before that they were able to build these men up to be strong enough psychologically and physically, they had to overcome the matriarchy that colonism had put in place over the men.
It's not a natural thing. It's not something that naturally evolved into African society. It's imported from another patriarchal society to neutralize it. Same as here. But send me an email on that particular president and on the pseudo psychology that they use to keep the brothers enslaved. If you could do that, I greatly appreciate it.
Okay, all right, will do. I'll do that.
Okay. Well,
so your information is in your bio, I guess, right?
Yeah, but it's easy. It's GameChanger00100@gmail.
Okay.
Okay. So with that, I want to thank the Cash Apps and Super Chats, managers and moderators, those who listen silently, and those who participate in the chat. Make sure you hit that like button on your way out. I'm about to head over to Chantel Simone's. I put her link in the chat room. And this is GameChanger00100. Game over. Peace.